Welcome back, everybody. A Night of the Seven Kingdoms penultimate episode. Ryan, what's the definition of penultimate?
Oh, yeah. I had to spell some things out for my chat today who didn't know what penultimate meant. They're like, that means it's the last episode? I was like, no, it is the second to last episode. It is the second to last in a series of things. The penultimate episode. Sometimes throughout Game of Thrones history, in which some pretty big things tend to happen. And I think we got a pretty big thing. I thought that the moment we got at the end of this episode was going to be saved for the last episode.
I thought so too.
And then as soon as at one point I looked down and I'm thinking it's got to be almost over, right? And I click the remote and I see like 12 minutes left and I'm like, fuck, it's going to happen, isn't it? Fuck, it's going to happen, isn't it? And yeah.
It's the best kind of punch ending for what they were going with. So
it makes
sense.
I
was expecting it. Yeah.
Oh,
it's still rough knowing it's coming. You know,
it's like, worse knowing it's coming.
It's way worse.
I was wondering how graphic they were going to go if something was going to fall out and stuff like that. So I was just like,
well, this isn't that. I mean, like, isn't that what the comic does? There's like a chunk that falls out.
Like a chunk of his head falls out.
It's a pretty graphic episode overall.
Yeah,
yeah.
They showed the ugliness of battle and
brutal.
They showed the ugliness of battle and the ugliness of life.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Especially in King's Landing.
Flea bottom.
Growing up in Flea bottom.
Well, and you know, I try to make this the stream public, you know, during the episode so I can see the chat discussing while we're watching. And a lot of people didn't like the flashback, and I'm like, I understand.
I understand. You're really stupid. I get it. I
think I would understand it more if it didn't end in this episode and then we went back to the battle that was essentially promised at the end of last episode. If it lasted the whole time, I could have understood that more, but it didn't. And there's a lot of good stuff in it.
And not only that, they didn't take away from the battle by having the flashback. They actually have extended the fight sequence in battle from the graphic novel, and from what I hear from the novel as well. They put more action and combat into what was depicted in other mediums. And the flashback gives a lot. It contextualizes a lot and enhances the impact of what Duncan's going through in that fight. I loved it. This is a friggin' amazing episode.
What he's been through his entire life, what Sir Arlan, like the reason that he swore himself to Sir Arlan, a little bit more about Sir Arlan. Yeah.
But not only that, think about how he reacted to Tanzil being abused by, you know, like that relates to his history now.
It's the same thing.
He had someone he loved being murdered and he didn't have the power to stop. Instead, he tried to fight back, but he couldn't. And so his reaction to Tanzil now is even more powerful and makes more contextual sense by revealing what Duncan's gone through. And then, of course, the whole get up sequences have a lot of kick and a lot of power. So I think the flashback was brilliant and it added to this episode.
Now we understand a lot about Sir Arlan and why he has so much respect for him, because even as like sort of a drunken fool, he essentially did what a knight was supposed to do, protect the innocent. He did that even while blind with, you know, with like just completely drenched in alcohol.
It was perfect. That fight was so chaotic and borderline nonsense insane with a drunken psycho old man being like, fuck off, don't hurt the little kid. And as soon as he's done with it, he's like, right, anyway.
But you know, also,
I love that Sir Arlan just gets out there and bark. Like he says, in the name of the mother, leave the boy alone. And he just barfs everywhere.
Yes, because we need to keep with the trend of something disgusting happening in every episode somewhere.
That happened right away in this one. Which is Sir Raymond and Dunk immediately just throwing up.
Yes.
The newly knighted Sir Raymond Fossaway.
Before we move on from Arlan jumping out, what also like?
Well, we're going to get there again.
All right. Well,
we're working our way up to there.
Okay.
We just want to acknowledge that the chat, like, we listen. It's all good. And they were setting up for this big battle, and then we get the early part of the episode where Baelor basically says, "Don't die," and Dunk and, as you just mentioned, Sir Raymond Fossaway puke immediately, and they're all green boys, you know. And we got Beesbury, we got Humphrey Harding.
Bro, Beesbury has just a fabulous mustache.
Dude, that is a serious mustache, and it's like yellow, so it's like it kind of matches his bee coloring, you know.
Yes. What's the city they're from? It's like Honey Hole, or it's so memeable. You know what I mean?
Well, remember when George was running out of names for like the Tullys, and he just named them after fucking Muppets? You know,
Oscar, Grover.
Yeah. So they're getting ready for battle here, and a little a kid Septon comes out, and there's a little back and forth between Egg is feeling the weight of like what he got Duncan into, and you know, he just says, you best be, you know, he just repeats the line, "You best don't rip me off or I'll send dogs after you." But it's tension. They're building up lots of tension, despite like maybe you feel like you're left with a little bit of blue balls with the ending of that episode. But the tension they set up for the first half of this really pays off in the brutal battle that's to come.
And some very important strategic stuff from Baelor specifically.
Yep.
Because as we've kind of alluded to, as this has been building up, the fact that there's 3 Kingsguard on the other side. So the way it's set up, it's Arian, Darren, Maekar, the 3 Kingsguard who are present, and then Sir Stephen Fossaway, the scheming bastard who betrayed his honor for a lordship. On one side, but because those 3 Kingsguard, they can't touch a Targaryen.
Nope.
So the person who's going to go after those Kingsguard and take care of them as soon as he can, it's going to be Baelor. So Baelor has a plan. He did this kind of on a whim in terms of the things it can cause and the things it can do to the realm and the fractures that could happen within his own family. But he did it because it was the honorable thing to do. But he's not going in blind. He has a plan. And he's setting it out for everybody. I'll take care of the Kingsguard. Let me take care of them, and then we'll work everything out from there.
Yeah, and you know, this is based on like yielding, right? Eventually, he thinks that Arian's gonna fucking chicken out at some point. Now, he also thought that when he suggested the trial by combat, and it went sideways. And it goes a little sideways in this one too. But on paper, it's a good plan. On paper, it's a good plan. So we're getting ready for the battle. Dunk puts his helmet on, and I love that you see through his perspective, and you can't see shit.
I like the breathing as well.
Yeah.
Makes it very claustrophobic.
I can confirm. Done it in real life. But it's worth the protection, that's for sure. What I love here is that there is a payoff where Egg, who was training with the warhorse before, had taught the warhorse to react to charge when he was calling, and Dunk was kind of starting to freeze, and so Egg is there contributing what he can, kicking the horse off to get Dunk out of, you know, him being a bit deer in the headlights. I loved it. I thought that was a good touch.
Yeah, so as he goes in, he gets knocked on his ass, and we get into a flashback of right after, looks like the Blackfire, a battle outside of King's Landing. Right?
It is the ultimate battle, not the penultimate, of the Blackfire Rebellion. This is the Battle of the Redgrass Field.
Well, like, that's not outside of King's Landing, though.
It is outside of King's Landing.
It is? Okay. Yeah.
And because now they're talking about the Black Dragon is dead and all of this stuff. Like, this is it, I think, right?
Yeah, the Battle of the Redgrass Field, but that was, yeah. So,
and we don't know the exact location, but it is supposed to take place right around King's Landing.
Yep.
Yeah.
And he's stealing some horseshoes.
And even like just a little before this, like Shad said, the fact that Thunder just kind of sits there and Dunk is panicking and that they added the little bit with egg with that. I did really love that. And because you get a little of that in the book, and it's Thunder knew, because that's what happens in the book. In the book, in the graphic novel, everybody else goes and Dunk kind of sits there and panics for a second, and everybody gets ahead of him. But Thunder, thankfully, knew what to do. And I love that they tie that back to Egg training Thunder early on.
Particularly happy with their choice of editing as well, because it's the chaos of lining up, of then just different noises, trying to pay attention to what's going on. Horses are moving, weapons are moving, and then they're going. And it's like, what? Because you can't like distinguish the events and the noise and the time of what's going on, then panic and freeze. And then it's Thunder combined with Egg that pushes him on, which feels very appropriate. It's like gets him into the headspace. Gets going, and just like in the book, it's like, okay, we're in it, we're charging, we're going, and boom, right into the lance. It's just like, oh fuck, complete borderline false start.
Yep,
undercuts everything,
and he goes down. And then you said you think that's a fray right there, Ryan?
If you look when they show the thing, to me it looks like two towers with a bridge in the middle, which should be the twins, you know.
Yes. Yeah, it is. It is
kind of difficult to see, but to me it looks like like that is a fray. And the Freys would have been fighting for their bannerman, House Tully, who would have been supporting the Targaryens as opposed to the Blackfires, I believe, if I remember right.
Yeah, for now they're always scheming, those motherfuckers. I'm not sorry, Frey's gone. And yeah, so he thinks about killing. Dunk tries to kill the guy. He's like, I'm sorry, but he was dying anyway.
Well, exactly. They showed that this was a mercy killing from Dunk's perspective. Like, look, you're in pain, you're dying. I better put you out of your misery. And that's confirmed when she says, what do you do? Is like, he's dying, you know, like. And so it wasn't like Dunk being just a murdering, cold-hearted bastard there. It was trying to do
it's kind of an awkward attempt at mercy killing as well.
Yeah.
He's like rushing it. Not sure what to do.
So and then Rafe is her name. She's like, no, we can maybe get a ransom for him. So let's try to pull him out. And I was waiting for him to be like cut in half or something like that, but
pull him out just his entrails.
There's like
basically.
nothing left.
Is it funny that when I was watching this, I was like, guys, that's not going to work. There's no way. You want to get him out, you're gonna have to chop off the horse's head or try and get more leverage. There's no way you're it's not happening.
So they're walking down a path and they're talking about, you know, just basically being in King's Landing, and they get off the road. That's what I thought of. Get off the road. And what was the signature? It was Stokeworth. I honestly couldn't recognize the signature.
I think so. House Stokeworth is like a lamb holding a chalice. This looks like a lamb inside a chalice, which, I mean, that's as close to House Stokeworth as I can think of, with like green as the field. But I don't know. That's what it looked like to me, but maybe it's something different. It could be.
Maybe.
I'm not sure.
So they go back to King's Landing, and
why do people live in this city? Why do people choose to live here? It seems horrible.
Where everything happens, man. It's just
and then what? 100 years later, it all gets burned down by, it was crazy that in 100 years from now, this whole city is going to get burnt down by Daenerys.
That seems a bit awkward. You'd think that's one of the reasons why she wouldn't have done it, but
yeah. Maybe those were all mercy killings.
What?
You don't live like this.
Jeez. So what is it? She gets confronted by a gold cloak. He's like, what's in the bag, little girl? And she ends up stealing his booze, his little.
Well, I feel like it's kind of funny because Dunk lifts it up and says rats, but you can hear hear clanging, like it's clearly not rats.
They're trying to lie because they know this dude, just like a lot of the
no, of course. It's just funny that he says that when the sound is like, it's like, good job. You kind of gave the game away a little bit when you hear that.
Dunk is not the smartest, which we have.
That's okay.
I feel like has been displayed pretty well through this. He's not a retard, but he can be a little slow on the uptake sometimes.
He's simple is the way to describe it, and not in like a he's retarded way, but just a straightforward kind of guy, and so he can get him in trouble. But that it's a gold cloak that stops him, right? Like
Alistair,
City Watch. He's perfect for Grima Wormtongue if ever they need an actor for it.
Right? He would be good. So it just takes him through Flea Bottom a little bit, and you see what their life is. And this flashback could have gone so wrong. It really could, and I was really worried in the beginning where they're going with it. But she basically, she wants to leave. He doesn't because he's waiting for his mom. And she has a conversation with him like, are you going to wait for somebody who's never going to come? Your mom would have come back by now if she was going to come back for you.
He even acknowledges, he's like, I know she's dead, but what if she's not?
Yeah.
Like I know in my head, I know that she's dead. I know that my mom's dead, or she would have come back for me at some point. But what if there's a chance she's not? She's fighting to get back here, and she gets back here, and I'm gone.
And that strikes me as just such a characteristic Dunk thing. Like the characterization is really, really good. And there's little details. Like right after this scene where they're climbing out of their hole, Dunk pauses to pat the goat. Like little things like that show this guy is naive, he's got a tender heart, and he's just a good person who does not fit in this rough world.
It was funny too, because when I was seeing this scene for the first time, I was like, she is way more cynical than he is. So how does this story end, considering her influence on him is going to be limited, if not at all?
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, because they're talking about going to the free cities, getting enough money to go to the free cities.
And Fringy asked, why do people live there? It's because there's nowhere else to live, right? Yeah. Otherwise, you can only get as far as you can walk, which, to be fair, Dunk walked pretty far. He walked pretty far following Sir Arlan, later on, but you need to have money to travel somewhere.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean, I hear Brown is pretty good stuff. They put all kinds of.
Not as good as singers
Brown.
Not as good as singers do, but that's for the book fans. Every time I have it, I want to sing. It's because Tyrion cut up a singer and had him made into stew. So she wonders, was it, what if every place is as bad as this? And it kind of is. If you go to the free cities, you would just end up being slaves.
There's equivalence, yeah.
Yeah. So there actually, King's Landing's probably a little better. It's probably not a good idea to go to the free cities because they're not free at all. So after that, again, I'm not sure where they're going with this, and they're able to trade in what they scavenged for a little bit of silver, but the guy, tells Dunk to, keep your black fire leather. The black dragon is gone. This time, there's a couple of more coming up. Spoilers, there's a couple of more Blackfire rebellions coming up.
Yeah, so Daemon Blackfire is the Black Dragon.
Yes.
And he was the guy who led the first Blackfire rebellion, and obviously the Blackfires have been mentioned multiple times. It is an underlying theme of things that have happened throughout history, multiple Blackfire rebellions during this time. It's one of the reasons the Targaryens are out here at Ashford, making sure they have the support of the populace, right? Because anytime these Blackfire rebellions happen, which is an offshoot branch because of King Aegon IV, who is a fat piece of shit, but he legitimized everybody. Daemon Blackfire looked like a Targaryen, acted like a Targaryen, had Blackfire, and a lot of people supported him in the rebellion. And it's something that doesn't quite go away for a while. And maybe there's even a Blackfire through line in the main Song of Ice and Fire series. It's a theory that a lot of people have that will probably never get confirmed.
Nope, because it won't finish. But maybe he'll do 2 more Dunk and Egg stories. Ryan, I love to bring that up. Maybe. So she gets some silver and then gets confronted. Dunk tried to warn her, like, stealing from him. You know how this guy is. So they get confronted again in the alleys of Flea Bottom, and he wants his skin of ale back. And then calamity happens. So this is, I think, Mahler, you brought this up. This is the point where she steals his knife, right?
So when I was watching this, I was just like, what are they doing story-wise? Because there's a couple of ways this can end, right? We're obviously going to be getting to some kind of dramatic through line. Is it their money just gets outright stolen so they can't leave, and then we're going to see some other conclusion that leads to them getting separated? Is it that something really bad's going to happen as a result of their actions? But I had a horrible feeling that she was going to kill one of these guys and then she would have to run away and Dunk would never see her again. That's what I thought. And I was like, don't do that. It would be so stupid.
That's not what happens.
That's not what happens.
No,
all the people who are screaming about a fucking Mary Sue character who gets her throat slit open and bleeds out right in front of you. Yeah, very, very Mary Sue archetype character who makes stupid decisions, who makes two retarded decisions and fucking pays with her life as she bleeds out in the alley in Flea Bottom. What a strong, powerful female character.
And so, yeah. Had a concern, but then I thought, like, if they're making a point with all of this, something else has got to happen. So she lifts his knife, pockets it.
Out of pettiness, just because you stole my money, I need to get something back, you bastard.
Yeah. She's very happy with herself.
She's arrogant. She doesn't worry about any consequences, and then pays them immediately.
It's quite quick too. Like you may have expected him to grab the knife and then say like, well, now this is that. But no, it's pretty quick. Just grabs it out of her pocket and slits her throat for doing that.
Yep. Opens it up and she's and her dying is
slow,
kind of long.
Yeah,
like she is
bleeding out.
It's pretty gruesome.
Yeah, it's pretty gruesome.
When you think about like what kind of dynamic was being established between them in the, the prior 10 minutes, right? Of this sort of Dunk is not exactly a man of action at the moment. Like he's kind of just sort of a, I'll just wait and see and hopefully things kind of improve. Whereas she has kind of the opposite attitude of you just have to do things. But her conclusion from that is do things, including bad ideas, like silly ideas, things that aren't really well thought out. And then the consequence is death. So it's like, where he's at is not where he needs to be, but it's also not what she is doing at this moment. Like, that's not the correct path forward either.
Yeah. What I got from this is that Dunk, at the most possibly formative time in his life, got shown what happens when you do what this person does, and then a different person prevents him from experiencing that same fate. And it's like, so who's he going to choose as his major inspiration? Which, ironically, we know Arlan's not the perfect knight by any stretch of the imagination, but this moment is enough for Dunk to think of him as the best knight of all time as a kid.
Well, he saves his life. And also think about like the impact that this would have on Dunk. He literally expresses his love to this girl and she does it back. Like they're actually in love. They want to be together. He sees her murdered in front of his eyes. And then that makes him snap. That's where like this gentle, boy who's patting goats and is naive tries to fight back. He can't do it. He's about to get killed himself. And then Arlan comes out just screaming, in the name of the mother, leave that boy alone. And the fight breaks out. It's a great moment. The flashback's good, guys.
Well, it's probably been on Dunk's mind forever. How could it not be? If you think about here.
Sort of a core aspiration of this show, which is to delve into what does it mean to be a knight? Is it the acclaim or the prestige? The gold, the things that are meant to be sought after, and that sort of in this world, there are a whole bunch of people who aren't living up to that ideal. And obviously, Dunk is sort of, in some sense, archetypal, but also not, because he basically comes from nothing. He's barely even got anything to work with to sort of even get to the life that he wants. And then, his mentor is sort of this drunken fool, but nevertheless, in the moment of crisis, embodies what a knight is supposed to do, which is to defend the innocent in his own silly, drunk, stupid way. As a sort of a core inspiration. It's cool to see it. I'm glad to have seen it rather than to not know about it at all.
Exactly. Something additionally that impressed me about this scene right here, he is drunk and is flailing about, but his control of his sword is actually solid. Like I was watching it as like, you can actually tell, even though drunken, Arlan is more trained than the other guy.
Yeah.
And it's a very good balance. That's like he's drunk, he's tumbling, but he still knows how to use that sword.
It's the difference between a knight and a gold cloak.
Well,
Or just
gold
thugs.
cloaks are typically
Yeah.
think of them like prison guards. You know what I mean? Like gold cloaks are kind of like prison guards. They're not like the best training necessarily, but they're kind of there for crowd control stuff, and they're more well equipped than basically all the other civilians that are in the city, so they can handle most things. But yeah, Sir Arlan, drunk as fuck, absolutely destroys him.
And vomits as soon as he stumbles out the doors as well, which is very
unless I'm
amusing.
mistaken as well. When he tries to draw his sword at first, he like knocks a lantern or something. I could have sworn I caught that. Like
I think he did.
He's
Yeah,
fucking up while he's doing it. There's loads of. I was just quite impressed with how much drunken choreography there is.
Yeah,
they clearly put a lot of effort into this. I was just like, it's very convincing, so chaotic and brutal as well. Like the decapitation. I was like,
well, yeah, he lops off the guy's head. It falls off. A pig starts eating it.
Yeah, the pig's just eating the head.
Yeah, and then like you guys said earlier, when he's done, he's just like,
Yeah, he's just out. He leaves. That's his job.
Pieces out. And Dunk says his goodbyes to Rafe, and he's alone. Probably don't want to show that too long, but yeah, he's now alone in King's Landing, and he got stabbed in the leg too by one of the gold cloaks, and he just starts following Sir Arlan. And Sir Arlan just stays drunk, knocks over an apple cart. He's like, "This is one an apple." So sorry.
Was he singing in Dothraki?
Yes.
Yes.
He was.
Yeah.
Yes.
I couldn't tell if that's exactly what that was or not, that's an interesting story in and of itself.
Yeah.
Yeah. How in the hell does he know Dothraki? So he must have fought with them at some point, and he had to learn their language.
And to what Flea was saying as well, it's like this is a point in Dunk's life. He has no idea what to do now. He's got no connections. So it's like this is the closest thing I've got, especially being everything that he would have learned or understood as the right direction from Rafe gives you a slit throat bleeding out in an alley. It's like that's like terrifying as a way to push you away from anything that he would have assumed may have been the right direction from her versus Arlan, who is still funny. It's the only real thing he's got left now, but it's still a drunken dude yelling and dancing and just wandering about, and he's following. You can tell it's just like, well, this is what I have, and you did that thing for me, so I'm just gonna keep following you.
Yeah, it's somebody who he watched his dad get strung up in front of him for being a thief. His mom is gone, assumed dead. And really the only thing that he cares about in the world is this girl, Rafe. So that's like what he's following. And because of her retarded mistakes, she dies in a fucking alley.
Dude, and that like I said earlier, I'm like, where is this going? And it ended the only way I could have to where I would have liked it, to be honest.
Oh, dude,
it was opening up her throat. Yeah.
If she had like pulled that knife out and like dueled a gold cloak, or stabbed him in the throat or whatever, and been like, all you men only want the same thing, to fuck me and steal from me, it would have been like, fuck. You know what I mean?
It's like the House of the Dragon.
This show is like pretty.
Writers got here.
It likes to follow through on consequences. I mean, we're going to basically see it with the big battle at the end of the episode anyway, of just no, this isn't gonna be sort of triumphant in the way that you would expect. It's gonna be really fucking brutal, very unpleasant. And it feels like this is sort of, and we've seen a lot of it over the course of the show anyway, of just things don't go nicely just because you want them to. There are consequences
to that,
choices you make.
Early Game of Thrones vibes where the universe does not bend toward like
doesn't care that you're a protagonist.
Rule. Yeah. She pushed it too far.
Yep. And paid the price and taught Dunk a valuable lesson. That's not the way to go through life, son.
No.
So he follows Arlan, who is dancing they do a montage scene, but
he's having a great time.
Yeah, he's having a good old time singing Dothraki for some reason. Doesn't even I was waiting for him, like maybe he notices.
I thought that was what they were trying to tell us, is he knew Dunk was following him, but he didn't have any feelings about it either way. He was just sort of like,
okay, whatever. If he wants to follow, that's fine.
The fact that He stabs himself because he's so drunk and falls asleep on his knife.
You stupid old man, or whatever he says.
This old fool.
Yeah.
So that is the grave of Arlan's nephew, his old squire. You think?
Oh, okay.
Maybe.
Presumably.
Yeah, because that's. I mean, that's what it said. His old squire dies in the I think in the Battle of Redgrass Field. So that's his nephew. And
I do love the parallels between Dunk's first instincts and Egg's first instincts.
Yeah.
Egg follows Dunk to be his squire and latches onto him. Dunk is following Sir Arlan to be his squire. He sees he sees an unattended helmet, and he like immediately has this desire to put it on and see what he looks like in it and feel what he looks like in it. You
could make an edit
with the horses, everything. Go ahead.
You can make an edit to show the back and forth between both of them, and then it just informs now, if you rewatch the show, why Dunk would have been particularly vulnerable to the idea of like a kid doing it. He's like, oh, yeah. Okay, fine.
That's
why he's Egg.
Yeah, it's why he's got that soft spot for him, and it's why he treats him the way that he does, but is also so gentle with him at times when he like needs to be, because he was Egg.
Yes.
At least in his mind. He wasn't a prince, but
he doesn't put on the helmet here. He almost does. And he's like, nah, it's probably a little disrespectful. So that shows you a little bit about his character too. So yeah, we can see King's Landing. Well, it's still it's unburnt, by the way, you know. It's still got some years left before the dragon shows some symbolism by burning a throne, because
releases his essay.
Fucking A. Oh my God. Don't get me started. Aren't Dan and Dave the guys who said themes are for 8th grade book reports?
I don't know why.
Really?
Wait,
yes.
What? Really?
Yes. Dan and Dave said themes are for 8th grade book reports. And these are the guys who wrote a dragon.
The dragon chose to burn the throne because that was the true enemy. The memes for that were great. He's like, he turns to John. He's like, "Don't you see, John?"
I tried to tell you.
It has corrupted us all, Jonathan.
Yes. I'm going to fly off away from all you humans.
I have some pondering to do.
I have pondering to do somewhere. So yeah, he just follows him. He's still injured. He's getting sick. He drank some water out of a river, which is going to get you sick.
Dirty water.
Pretty instantly. Particularly around King's Landing.
Yeah, Count Ricky's. I like that detail because in the medieval period, they actually had maps of that showed like streams that were safe to drink on when you're traveling and things like fresh water sources. But if you didn't prove if the water source was, safe to drink, you could get sick. Check at that stuff. Animals die in it and everything. Yep.
And again, just credit to the editing, right? It's like sips a bit of it. It's like, yeah, this is safe. Takes a big gulp and then cut down to just vomiting.
As soon as I saw him drinking out of that dirty ass stream, I'm like, this can't end well. And then 2 seconds later, he's throwing up. A lot of Dunk throwing up in this episode, man.
So there's Arlan singing in Dothraki. And
drunk off his ass.
And
it's just so cool to think about this fucking this knight who's kind of just existing to exist at this point. He's not really got any, and it seems as though if he were to die of fucking alcohol poisoning or something, he'd be like, whatever, that was the end of the road. But his taking in Dunk, the consequences on the world for this random encounter, you know what I mean? It's just like, it's so cool.
Yeah.
It's everything. Now, like, imagine if Sir Arlan hadn't died on the way to Ashford, and he just competed like he would have normally competed, and probably got knocked out in the first round, and him and Dunk would have gone on. Dunk doesn't compete. Dunk doesn't. Whether he was knight or pretending to be a knight, I think he was pretending to be a knight. And look at the ramifications it has on the entire continent because of what happens in his trial.
Oh yeah. Oh, we'll get to that. And we'll get to like spoilers. Because the kid's been out spoiling the shit out of things. Which I love.
He's given us more writing than George has.
No, that's why this spoiler is okay, and I think mostly the fandom was like, good, this is awesome news, this is great. I mean, we're not going to get it from George, but because George does give certain actors like basically where their characters are going. I don't know if he gives them the end, but he fills in some blanks, and it helps them with their acting. And there's certain actors on Game of Thrones who know where their characters end up. They'll never say, which is too bad. I wish they would, but we'll get to that in a second. Arlan, yes, sleeps on his knife. He's so drunk he didn't even feel. He's all, God damn it. And he gets up and he finds Dunk, who hits the ground.
At this point.
Just collapses. And this is the
he probably needs
important
some work done on that leg, I'd imagine.
I would think so too. And this is where he says, "Get up." And he gets up, and we're back to the battle.
Not being coddled, right?
No,
Not being coddled. Oh, poor boy. Just what? No. Hey, get up. The world is fucking hard. You need to get up. And as he says, "Get up," after Duncan got, absolutely fucking hammered, he opens his eyes. And we're back in the fight.
We're back in the fight.
Now,
And
in regards to the fight that we're getting into,
Go on, Shad. Go on for like a good 30 seconds. I'll be right back.
well, I'll probably need to do a full video and rewatch it because it's chaotic. It's hard to track everything. But from my first viewing, I got to say, this might be some of the best medieval combat, like, put to screen for a number of key reasons. Dunk's armor saves his life multiple times, but also they treat the effect of chainmail perfectly. I've tested this stuff. I've worn this stuff. I've seen how difficult you can stab through it and get like a point through. It'll save your life, but you're gonna feel the sting, and that happens multiple times. The lance goes right through it, which it would, and so even the durability of the armor is done really good, like very realistically. And then the brutality and the fact that they have to fight around the armor, and Dunk gets like a key, slash on the inside thigh of his opponent at one point. And it's actually really good. And I can't wait to watch it again, break it down. And I want to take out my chainmail and set it up and go through each impact and how it's actually.
Are you going to reenact a trial of 7 in the Shadlands? I want to see that.
Maybe.
There you go.
But some of the best I have seen. This is actually some real top tier medieval combat that they're showing. I approve.
Do you think it's helpful that they're not bogged down with like having to work around dragons and CGI, where they could just focus and lock in on what an actual trial of 7 would be, how the armor would stand up, and how brutal? Because it's nice when the reason this show's working, as Ryan has brought up, is it's fucking simple. It's not it's not this convoluted mess. And we really need that right now,
It's basically one viewpoint, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is the point. These books, you are seeing the world through Dunk's eyes effectively.
Yep.
And quite literally in this episode, we're seeing it through his eyes. And a lot of times the claustrophobic, the hard to breathe, hard to see, very little idea of some of the things going on around you. And we see stuff that's happening in the background. We see a couple of people fighting. We see a couple of people get knocked off their horses. We see scuffles. We see a lot of stuff like that. But almost predominantly what we see, this is Dunk's fight. He is fighting for his life because he protected somebody who is getting beat by an asshole. And he takes a lot of hits. I think it's important to note that I had somebody ask me a question on a stream earlier today. Where does Dunk rank among the greatest fighters of Westeros, like Jaime Lannister and Barristan Selmy? He's not even anywhere close to that list. Dunk is a squire who has never seen combat ever, really. Not really. He's helped out his.
Are you talking about at
Arlan.
this point?
Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, at this point. Yeah, okay.
The main thing
at
that
this
works in
point,
his
he is
favor
a
is
green
he's a big
boy.
guy.
He is a
It's
green boy who's just a big guy.
But it's also he has scrapped, and that's kind of mentioned in the graphic novel, where his in Flea Bottom he had to fight dirty when he did fight, and then after that, no real fighting except training with Arlan, and this is where that's really
who's a hedge knight. He's not sitting there getting combat training from Targaryen Master at Arms. So, since he can even hold up a training sword, he's not Aryan, right? Who like has lived and breathed this stuff and had the best training money can buy. He is on the lowest of the low. All he has is he's big and strong.
And also, he's also a friggin' tank. He learns that he has to keep getting up. And that's the whole point. Like the context of this fight is that he keeps getting smacked and hit, not only from his main opponent, just from people riding by, smacking him while they can because they got the opportunity. And he has to just tank it. And he keeps going. And one of his great actual virtues of a fighter is that he can take so much of a beating and keeps.
Well, and his weight and power being such a in the right context can completely defeat basically any opponent. There's a bit in the book that I quite loved as in a monologue, which I guess you can't really get in here, but where he says, "It's like you've defeated Sir Duncan the Tall, sort of hedge knight, but you won't be able to beat Dunk of Flea Bottom, like where he learned how to fight scrappily, where just it's kind of a cool moment of you've beat me in the official formal fight, but now we're on the floor." Like now, no rules, so I'm gonna beat you. It felt like a very uplifting moment, which is you do get that visually, right, with the shield coming down, which is funny because I was waiting for that. I was like, they better keep that before he's ramming the shield at his helmet.
But I really like that they threw in some good sword play. Like Dunk does get out his sword and he engages what's his name, and they're clashing, and it shows look he has some measure of training, and I love to see that, but then it degenerates bit by bit into the point where
they're in the mud, and all that training doesn't mean shit. Right, and actually your armor is gonna hinder you because you can't see anything, and you're just trying to punch each other in the face with helmets on.
Great fucking. Do you remember? It was something that sat in my head forever. Do you remember season 1 of Game of Thrones where Jorah is attacked by the Dothraki and he locks their whatever the weapon, I forget which one it is, but he locks it in his armor and then he just gets an easy swipe on his face with the sword and it's over. And it's just like, armor's pretty fucking good. There's a quote from the Hound at one point about Meryn Trant. It's like he had armor and a sword. It's like that's why he won against your friend who didn't. And then you fast forward, I think Jorah gets stabbed.
Jorah gets stabbed from behind randomly through his fucking plate armor.
Which I was particularly fond of Sir Jorah in the show version, and I was just like, what a boring bitch way to die, just like Barristan.
Wait, you don't like him in the book?
Well, no, I'm saying I like him more in the show.
You don't like Jorah in the book,
really.
where he basically is just trying to have sex with a 13-year-old Daenerys because she reminds him of his wife, and Tyrion finds him in a bar trying to fuck 13-year-old girls with white hair. You don't like that?
That look like Daenerys.
Kind of funny how accuracy works, because to me, the show Jorah is a complete upgrade, and Ian Glenn playing him, I actually think it's partly how good he was that they were like, we can't kill you, we just can't. And they took ages to finally do it.
He's a different character, he's different. And a lot of people are different characters.
So they're scrapped around in the mud, and this goes on for a long time.
It's funny because there's so many people who are like, I wish the whole thing was the fight. I wish the whole thing was the fight. And I've kind of been saying all the lead up to this, I'm like, the fight can't be the whole thing. Do you have any idea what a 30-minute fight scene would be like?
I wasn't sure how they were going to space this out, and then I saw there was like behind the scenes screenshots of a flashback. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, you can pad this out with like the cut back and forth, all one big flashback. Makes more sense because Ryan's right. A 30-minute. That's how long the fucking Long Night was, right? Or a bit longer than that, or whatever. That fight is crap. It's
people have a very unserious expectation of I think of what the episode was supposed to be, I guess, because I mean, as it is, we've got about 15 minutes of fight. And I don't know anything about medieval warfare chat or what things like this would have been like, but how tired you would be while walking around in this armor and swinging these swords. I just can't imagine things lasting super long like that. But
When
Well,
they do
can
a
I
good
jump
job
on that?
like Dunk's, so to speak, health bar. It goes from 100 to 90 to 80 to 70, all the way down to probably 5 HP, and then so but you buy it all as the
you hear the
wound.
Pokemon ding ding ding
Yeah.
ding.
So, like in terms of how long you could really maintain it, it's actually quite a complex thing to understand, because knights did train in their armor and condition themselves to go for a while, but that's like at a decent, maintaining a decent clip. If you go 100% and you are wearing like up to 10 to 20 kilos of metal on you, oh boy, you're going to hit the wall like in like 5 minutes easy if you're going full clip, right? And in a battle like this isn't a battlefield where you can, like, you're in your formations and you can have engagement and then things might redeploy or you might pull back to this is full on, full combat, full tilt, 100% from the very beginning, fighting for your life. You are going to get so friggin' knackered like you wouldn't believe.
For those of you who don't know, a kilogram is 2.2 pounds.
Thank you.
Help you out
Yeah.
there.
Fuck's a
I guess on the fight, like, figuring out pacing, it's kind of like a challenging thing to conclude, like, what would be the absolute best way to do it, because there is a question of, should we see what everybody else is doing, or should we stay super focused on Dunk? And if we're doing that, is enough different stuff happening during the fight to make it worthwhile? And I feel like there's a reasonably good pace in terms of, kind of the nature of the health bar, that the longer it goes on, how they're attacking each other starts to change. They start rolling around in the mud, trying to stab him through, like the eye hole, and starting to pummel each other and just punching each other, smashing him with the shield. It's like, I think it's like reasonably dynamic. I don't know that I wouldn't have minded seeing what was going on elsewhere, though.
Yeah, I think both approaches would have been effective. It didn't detract from me that they only focus on Dunk's perspective, and it showed the chaotic nature of the battle quite well by the fact that we can't track everyone, and then suddenly someone rides in from the side and smacks him while they're going past. And I think that added to it. And just because we're on this screen, they do a trope, but I think it's justified. The trope is the hero always taking off their helmet so you can see their emotion and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I think they sold it, actually. I sold it. I think they justified
I think they worked harder than a lot of things do, where they just arbitrarily take off.
Yeah.
He got hit in the eye, right?
Yeah.
So he couldn't see. Yeah.
Take it off,
And trust me, I have like done this where I've done physical exertion in armor. That helmet, it can get to a point where you just can't breathe and you just need to take it off to air yourself out. And I can completely relate when Dunk is at this moment. He's just like, I gotta breathe, otherwise I'm gonna pass out. And he takes it off and just keeps
Forget
going.
armor. If you're in a fight, just a normal fight without fucking weapons or anything, for more than 5 minutes, you're getting tired. Unless you're a boxer, like, or an MMA fighter, like a normal human. It's like you're getting fucking tired.
And even, by the way, even MMA fighters who are used to fighting 3 rounds, when they do championship bouts and go up to 5, if they don't have an incredible camp and get themselves ready for it when they're actually real life in those conditions, oftentimes they're tired as fuck because they're not used to going that hard for that long. And like, so again, this is adaptation from the book, and in the book we get Dunk's point of view, and this is Dunk's story. Would it be awesome to see a 45-minute thing where we get to see a side-by-side of how every single battle went? I guess it would be. It would also cost a lot more money, I suppose. And they also wouldn't be able to film these things back to back, or they wouldn't be able to film these things and get them out a year apart from each other. And it also would turn into something completely different. Would it be cool to see dragons in this show? I guess it would be. Would it be? You know what I mean? So for me, for the emotional storytelling and what this has been about and what this is built to, the battle sequence is perfect in my mind.
Completely agree. And what worked for me, once they slit that Rafe's throat, was it built tension because you were ready for that fight at the beginning of the episode, and then you see a flashback that actually goes somewhere at the end. Again, it could have gone wrong, but it put off that tension, which made the fight even worse, unless you jumped right into it.
It's a collection of Dunk's on the ground, seemingly potentially dead, and he's thinking about all these key moments. Like, what's the main takeaway from a lot of them? It's like there's certain things you should and shouldn't take action on, and then certain ways that, you know, and how his life came to be, right? What forks in the road appeared to bring him here, and then what's like the core thing that he learned. He understood what was inspiring the most, and what got him here in the first place. Is like, well, you're gonna get up, you're gonna keep getting up, and you're gonna keep doing what you believe, you know, saved your life and is the right thing to do, which is you got to keep fighting, man. It's like, it's not over. Which, combine that with, you know, Egg pleading as well a little bit later on.
I was going to mention that because that's kind of right where we're at in the scene where he's been fighting so hard. And by the way, at this point, he's taken a lot of damage. He's been stabbed, like not lethally because the armor is preventing lethal penetration, but is getting penetrated by, you know,
lethal penetration.
And that first one is really bad, for the record.
That
first one he got,
lance hit is very serious, right? And the fact that he was able to fight that much with that opening injury, and at this point is like, it's drained him. He's got nothing left. The injuries are taking its toll, and he just drops and passes out from any number of things.
Correct me if I'm wrong. From memory of, you know, like a week ago, the book's fight is, there's the charge. He gets hit with the lance almost 1-to-1 with the show. Then he's hit hard in the head, and he like nearly loses focus on the horse, but then he actually does, because he falls off. And then he's asked to yield. He doesn't say anything. Then it's like the mace comes down, and he says, like, I don't even know where I got the energy from, to avoid it. I think he grabs his legs, is it? Something like that?
They do show that portion where he kind of rolls into his legs and rolls him over. He gets on top of him, hammers the fuck out of him with his shield, and demands that he yields.
Yeah, what I was going to say is the fight is really a lot quicker in the book. A lot quicker.
A lot quicker.
That's what's so funny about the whole thing, because they did so much more in this fight than what is in the book.
Yep. All the major hits of the book, they're in the show. They did get them all.
And I love that they got Egg, you know, interacting with it. And this moment where he passes out, it's Egg calling him, just get up. That finally kind of,
it's right after, for when Aryan yields, right? But nobody can hear him. So he's already saying
that doesn't happen.
No, before that.
So before he passes out?
They have beat the shit out of each other. We missed a part 2 here that is, I think, really important. And isn't it right after Aryan? So Dunk finally gets a good hit on Aryan, kind of slices his leg open.
Yeah.
Like he slices his leg open, and they've been going at it. And when Maekar sees that,
he goes, my boy.
It's right here. He's like, my boy, Aryan. And he starts fighting his way. And right here on the left, wait, no, this is Aryan and Dunk still, right?
Yeah, I'll find it. You keep talking.
So there is a part in which he sees that Aryan is in trouble, and Maekar starts running that way. You see him slam somebody in the face with a mace, which was Baelor, and he kind of goes down on the ground and topples. And then you see Baratheon. You see Lionel Baratheon come up on his horse, and Maekar just grabs a broken lance from the ground and fucking stabs the horse, and Lionel goes flying. Like, Maekar is tanking multiple people to try to get to his son, which is interesting with the little interaction that we've seen from Maekar and how he feels about his kids and all that. When he sees he's actually in trouble, even if he might be pissed that he's got him in this situation, all this stuff, he is doing everything he can. And Maekar is a powerful warrior by his own right.
Was it more than a slash to the leg? I thought that they were implying something else.
It looked like the upper inner thigh, which is usually the target when you go.
I think I know what Mauler means.
You think he cut his dick off?
Like, I don't think it was that.
Well, it looked like that was the concern. Like, not just that you hit
possibly.
me, but that you've prevented me from creating future generations.
You know, there was another moment that I need to rewatch to see how well they sell it, because there's a moment where I forget his name. It's the prince that Dunk is fighting. He throws his sword and it lands in Duncan's thigh, and And I need to rewatch it because that is a medieval technique, but it's a last ditch move that you can pull off. And I even have a video testing how well you can throw a sword, and it can be done. And so I want to see like how well that they do that one. So this is going to be a fun rewatch for me. I'm going to be going through it multiple times.
Well, and especially on a rewatch, realizing just like how the hell did we get here? Like, it's just like, yeah, I know that's just the world, isn't it? 'Cause it's all there, all the building blocks. It's like, I look at the results now. It's a catastrophe.
Yeah, it is. It is I can't wait to rewatch the fight again because it is chaotic as fuck. You do get to see Humphrey Harding just get his fucking shit wrecked on the first pass with the horses.
He's dead.
And he does end up dying. Both Humphreys die. Humphrey Harding and Humphrey Beesbury both die in this. One of the things that I wish they would have put in, which they didn't, was they're using war lances in this. They're not using tourney lances. Tourney lances,
he just got stabbed in the freaking in the inner thigh. That was bro. Damn.
Exactly. Correct me if I'm wrong, Shad. But tourney lances are typically about 12 feet long, whereas the war ones are about closer to like 8 or 10 feet, so they're a little bit shorter. But obviously they have a point at the end, and they are intended to go directly through people's armor as you're on horse, as opposed to the tourney ones, which you're supposed to break.
Well, yeah. War lances can actually get even longer, and so, but they would vary on tournaments. But the key to distinction is that these are lances of war, so deadly tipped.
Presumably, Ryan, what you're getting at is something we didn't get, which is the tactics scene, where Baelor gives us like 3 or 4 different reasons that you go from, I don't know about this, to, oh shit, we could win. Like, we can almost decidedly win.
Correct.
There's a couple of things they miss out on, which is, it's a little bit of a shame.
It's just that one thing, and we do have the scene with Baelor setting the stage and telling everybody what they're going to do and getting everybody pumped up and belief that they can win it. The one thing we don't is he tells them to use tourney lances instead of war lances, because one, Baelor doesn't exactly want to kill his kin on the other side.
Nope.
And also the tourney lances give them the reach over the war lances, so they can impact first.
I didn't know that detail was. I forgot if it's a graphic novel, but if that's in the book, that is a great little kind of.
Yeah. And it's interesting. I do wish they would have put that in there. I wish that would be in.
So Dunk hits Aryan in the inner thigh, and then, like you guys said earlier, then Makor stabs Baratheon's horse, and Dunk falls down. And Egg is like, get up. And then Aryan says, yield right here, but nobody can hear him. So
he's telling Dunk to yield. Aryan's pretty fucked up right now, and Dunk had been kind of walking him down, but Dunk is kind of out. He's lost a lot of blood. He's beat. He's tired. He's fucked up, and he kind of drops down to his knees. Or I think he sits on his ass, actually.
Yeah, he just sits down.
Yeah.
And it looks like he's about to die. And that's Aryan starts telling and yelling at him to yield. And
then when he does collapse, it's like, he's dead. Come on, just call it. It's over. Which is what prompts Egg to, start screaming for him to get up, because that horn's about to get blown.
When he notices like his eye twitch or something, he's like, "Hey, fucking stop!"
Wait! Yeah.
And then what I love
is dead right there. He's down.
But when he twitches and he starts to, get like rise, the crowd all start to cheer up, showing that they're all on his side now. He's won them over through his,
There is that moment as well where the crowd is sort of cheering for, the royal side winning. And then when Dunk gets a really clean, good hit, you get the one woman going, yeah.
And you just have, as Dunk looks like he's dead there, Egg is just desperately yelling, "Get up, Sir Duncan, get up, Sir Duncan, get up." And then they over that with the scene of Sir Arlan from the flashback yelling, "Get up." And that's, he rises once again and doesn't stop.
It's a great emotional scene, and the way that they do it to build up that emotion, especially the flashback helps here with the flash of seeing, Arlan saying "get up" and then the crowd rising it. It's very effective visual storytelling that just got me pumped. And so when the crowd is cheering and he gets back up for this second round, yeah, I loved it. I'm fully invested.
We'll
I
say
thought
it was very noticeable. Aryan is like the difference in characterization from the book to the show, to the point where he's procedurally pompous in the book and defeated in the sense of like, he gets all of the tourney related things right and beats Dunk, but then loses on the actual like brutish battle that they have on the ground. Meanwhile here, like, the character is different. Like he seems much more of a considered and threatening individual that is just as fucking mad and ready to like go at it with Dunk as Dunk is. Like we talked about it in prior coverage, but Harry Lloyd especially sells this character very differently. And I'm not saying this is like a improvement or like disprovement. What word am I looking for? Decrease in quality or increase. It's different. It's kind of interesting to think about.
It is different because Harry Lloyd plays the character as if it's his Viserys.
Yeah.
To be honest with you. In the audiobook, Harry Lloyd plays the character as if he is Viserys, that type of kind of crazy, wild. And look, the future for Aryan, I would say it isn't bright, but I suppose it is bright. Aryan Brightflame, who is so convinced that he is a dragon, he will eventually, way down the line, drink wildfire, trying to turn himself into a dragon and die. That is the end result for Aryan a long, long time from now.
Like a key thing of, I'm so much better than you. And then the second they start losing, like, oh no, please don't, no. That sort of vibe, you don't get that from this area.
No.
So Dunk, I guess, so knackered when they go for this final round. They can both barely walk, and they're just wailing on each other. But of course, Dunk is just bigger and stronger. He gets the upper hand, and this is where, it aligns with the book and graphic novel. It's where he rips the shield out of the guy, smacks him, and then when he starts to beat them, like with a gauntleted fist to the face.
Yeah, it's not pretty.
That would be so rough. Ugh.
And so at this point, he's given up. But again, people can't hear him. So he's now. Ryan, do we get to see the shot on Baelor? I think we did. I'd have to go back and rewatch it.
Sure.
We see the shot to the face with Baelor. I don't think we see the shot to the back of the head with Baelor. But we do see there is a sequence when Maekar is running to him that he hits him in the face with the mace, and that's when he says, "Cracked my visor," because he talks about his visor being cracked. And then that's right after that is when he takes out Lionel's horse.
By the way, because I think we talked about it in the last episode, so the armor Baelor is wearing is his son's armor, right?
Yes.
Because he
didn't
think he was going to fight in the tournament.
Yeah.
Yes.
He didn't bring his armor.
That's why when he takes his helmet off at the end of the last episode, it's too small. Yeah.
Because it was funny. There was a post. I was talking to Fringy about it. There was a post saying like, I don't like how they fucked up Baelor's armor. It doesn't even fit him. And then there was loads of people responding like, yeah, because it's not his armor. And I was like, I didn't think it was that bad, like his discomfort with it. But I thought it was enough that it does kind of lend to that. Because yeah, you were right that he doesn't have his armor. He didn't think he would need it. And that's why they think at first it might have been his son. But then they're like, no, it's not him. It's not his son at all. When he comes onto the battlefield, because that's the appropriate armor. But no, I just think it's interesting that there's like theory that it didn't protect him as well because it isn't his armor, like the ill-fitting nature. Shad might know more about that than I would be able to say, but it's just really interesting to think about if that's part of what led to this result.
Might have contributed. I love this moment though, where it's just like the ultimate kind of final insult to this prince. He gets dragged through the mud in defeat.
Well, Dunk is looking around, right? And he sees he could kill Aryan.
Yeah.
He could kill Aryan right now, and he would be well within his rights.
Yep.
But he's looking around and he is for the first time in Dunk's life, he's seeing kind of he's in the middle of it. And he's seen all these people who are fighting and dying for him, because of him, all of this shit. And he wants it to end, but he doesn't want to kill Aryan to do it.
Yeah, that's a strong impression I got. He was looking at everyone continuing, and he was like, this has to stop. I need to get him to the, to announce this as soon as possible.
Trying to see who's in the background here.
Well, on the right side, those are the two Fossaways fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So they're still on their legs.
Yep.
In the middle, that looks like Lionel, and I don't know who's fighting.
Is
Maekar?
Yeah, and then would that be Baelor on the left?
Would be Baelor on the left.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. So before,
Stefan Fossaway has some badass armor.
Yeah, shame he's a prick.
Yeah.
Well, but it's very likely that's why Raymond survives this, right? Is that he wouldn't want to kill him.
Yeah.
Like, and they didn't
I was
want to kill
very
each
glad
other
that he made it
necessarily.
through. I was really happy that he gets to continue being a knight. Or gets to be a knight from this
They've
point
sparred
on.
so much. Presumably, those two fought each other for the whole battle, but didn't, nothing.
Weren't really trying to go for each other.
Probably, that's what I'd assume.
Yeah.
I think the only line you get of theirs in the because there's very few descriptions of anyone else fighting, period, in the book, because it's Dunk. And I think the only line is he looks around at one point and sees Stefan and Raymond just kind of battering each other. And I think he said both their shields were kind of splintered, like they had been going at each other the whole time,
Okay.
So Aryan yields. The fight's over. Dunk made it. He's getting carried off. And I looked at this point, I'm like, how much time is left? Oh, shit.
When I looked down and I saw so much time, I said,
they're doing
fuck
it now.
me.
Even without I guess because I'm going into this with no awareness, it's like it feels like it's good misdirection because you're so focused on you saw how badly Dunk got battered and like stabbed everywhere, that you're so distracted by how badly he's hurt that it's like you wouldn't even be thinking about, whoa, yeah, how's everybody else doing exactly? I mean, we'll figure it out, but really Dunk's the one who's in the most trouble here.
And the first thing he asks is, did anybody else die?
Ah, yes,
Yeah.
character writing, characterization.
Classic Dunk, man. Good character.
And Beesbury and both Humphreys died pretty early on too.
What, by the way, that like he says in the first charge, what an awful first charge for the good guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
It was really bad.
yeah.
It was very bad. You lose two of them. Dunk basically gets killed. Not killed, but he gets taken out, right? He gets taken off his horse basically immediately. Takes a lance in the gut. Ugh.
Meanwhile, Baelor's dominating. Like, he has to until he isn't.
Yeah, the lance point drove the rings deep into his flesh.
That's a real thing. Yep. And I also would love to know who took out the Kingsguard, or at least nullified him. I guess it must have been Baelor who did it.
Yeah.
Baelor, yeah, because in the book, two of them get carried off.
Wait,
so
he said the plan in this show as well, right? But he was going to go for them one by one, like, because he's the best person to take them out because they can't do anything to him, which was a huge, like, the way it's presented is like, his choice to bring the Kingsguard into this fight as like a plus is now a major negative, which, it's kind of cool. You know what he says? We'll pour boiling oil on it. I was like, oh god, they're definitely doing it because you gotta have him counter with the other line that saves Doug's life again.
One last gift, one last.
Do it with wine, not oil. Yeah.
And Baelor walks up and says, I'll have my Maester tend to him after he's done with Maekar. And, Dunk immediately falls to his knees and it says, Your Grace, I am your man. I am your, because he knows Baelor saved his life. Baelor is the reason that they had a chance, that they were even able to go. Baelor's the one that took care of some of the Kingsguard. Baelor and him wanting to defend Dunk's innocence and standing up and doing the right thing in a moment that is, it's a very difficult political decision for Baelor to make.
Yeah.
He betrayed a lot of things that there was no expectation that he should have done, but he did it for Dunk because it was the right thing to do. And Baelor says, as Dunk's on the ground, he says, you're a good man, Sir Duncan, and the realm needs good men.
Yep.
And then he kind of stumbles a little, and Dunk kind of falls to the ground as Dunk is almost dying. And
just on the edge of the old seat there for people who read the book.
This was a rough scene for me to watch because I knew what was coming.
Yeah.
And he asked Raymond, "Hey, help me get my helm off. It's kind of stuck. I think I cracked the visor and can't get this thing off. Probably my brother Makar's mace, most likely. He's really strong, and he's with all this shit, he's talking so positively about his brother. It's kind of a lighthearted matter, or lighthearted manner. And Raymond goes back there, asks Steely Pate to come because he doesn't know if he's going to be able to get the helmet off. And Baelor says, "I get it myself, but my fingers they feel like wood."
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute. This all seems very negative. I don't like this at all.
Trying to get the right pictures. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you might not want to show the actual injury, but
I think I saw someone in chat say he got Gus Fringed. It's not quite the same, but it feels kind of similar.
It's you can understand the reference because of the way they reveal it. It's the you think everything's sort of fine, but then it's really not fine.
And then it's a really graphic injury. That's like, man.
In the book, don't they say with the injury the colors are described and it's like red, and you're like, sure. And then it's like something like a bit of white, and you're like, oh. And then it says gray, and you're like, oh.
Or like a purple pulsating.
Something. That's brain. So it's like,
exactly. Like the helmet was holding things in, and then they took it off. It just spills out. And I'm glad they didn't show it. That would have been too much. I'll be like, but you see the hole, and there's stuff missing, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah, Baelor reaches back to touch his head, and you just hear this squelch, and like Steely Pate and Raymond are like fucking freaking out. When they see the back,
it's all framed really well, right? If it, the helmet's taken off, you get their reaction for a little while before you get to see it. It's just a good way to play it.
And go ahead, Sean.
Oh, Dunk's reaction. Dunk is genuinely distraught at this. It carries the emotional weight and hits you really strong that this is a huge tragedy, and Dunk is devastated by it.
This is brilliant drama. I love this. This is like an awesome narrative choice. Obviously it's tragic and sad because he was great, but I mean, what a great idea that Dunk had his life saved by this man who was now dead because of him, even though he did the right thing. And I imagine that this is going to linger over him pretty much forever.
Linger over the
realm.
And the realm as well. Yes, that's right. Because this is massively consequential too.
It creates a cataclysm of events, basically, because as we've displayed with the very short time we've seen Baelor and that he's spoken, he's a really good person.
Yep.
He's a very tactful person. He's even-handed. He cares about fairness. He remembers who the small folk are. He remembers irrelevant people's names because it's important to him. He would have been an incredible fucking king. And he just died fighting his own family, and likely his own brother struck the killing blow because it was the right thing to do.
Yes.
Yep.
And in the book, this is a moment that maybe more so than any other thing that George has ever written, even though it's quite simple in terms of the story in general, that sticks with me and is a really like emotional moment when all of this happens, because it is so uplifting, and Dunk somehow made it through this thing alive. And then you just get the worst thing that could happen in the world to the best person. And I thought it was translated beautifully on screen, and I think he played a fantastic Baelor Targaryen.
Yeah, he was great.
The
king who never was.
A dragon being on top of you dead, and he said, it just the way they twist visions for what you think it's going to be versus what it actually is, and the immense amount of guilt that Dunk feels at this moment.
Oh yeah, for with all the respect that we've seen so many people have for Baelor in this, Dunk might even truly think my life is not worth the death of the Prince of Dragonstone, the Hand of the King, Protector of the Realm, Heir of the Iron Throne. My life isn't worth this. Yet, Peter Claffey does a phenomenal job, I think, throughout the series, but specifically in this episode and some of these moments. It is a rough scene. I was not expecting we were going to have this scene at the end of this episode. I hope they would drag it out till next week, but unfortunately had to watch it.
And it just makes sense, like with combining this whole story of this episode. It's just everything in Dunk's life. It's like all reaffirmed through all these choices and all the people who've inspired him and all the people who've allowed him to get to this point. What are you going to do with all of that?
What's his destiny from this? Maybe that gets discussed a little bit next episode. Maybe
that's what I think. Next episode is all about the fallout, how the brother is going to deal with it. There's going to be a funeral scene, and
that puts Maekar in line to be king now.
A lot of things to happen.
A lot of things got to happen now, and the repercussions are felt. Now, remember, they went to Ashford because the Targaryens are losing power, and they needed to go to this backwater town to do a tourney, which was basically supposed to be going through the motions. They were ordered there by the king, and like by all accounts, the Hand of the King shouldn't fucking even be here, right? So, and then one of their kids, one of their whelps, starts beating up a puppeteer, and old Dunk stumbles into this because of a Targaryen. The Targaryen's the one who gets him in the trouble. So as bad as Dunk feels, Dunk did the right thing, and this is just getting involved in those fucking dirty, incestuous, alien Targaryen politics.
Well, there's a lot of people that are to blame, outside of him. It didn't need to be this big battle that had 7 people going against each other. That didn't need to happen, but that was made to happen. There's a degree to which Egg is culpable as well, but I mean, he's a kid. It's just, it's obviously he would feel really guilty, but it's like as much as there's going to be a lot of repercussions for him, there's a whole bunch of people who are about to have to deal with, repercussions for the choices that they've made as part of this, crazy story that's happened.
Yeah, I did find the hit where Maekar hits him.
Did?
Gary. Yeah, you can
it?
share my screen if you want.
Yeah,
I'll just do it for 2 seconds.
Yeah. I thought this might.
So it's right here, right as he's getting ready to drag Aryan, right here. That's it.
Boom.
Oh.
That was the shot.
That's the shot.
You wouldn't think much of it.
What's that?
Baelor Doharis.
It's just you wouldn't think much of it as you see it happen. It's very quick, almost blink and you'll miss it, which I like now that I've had my attention drawn to that.
Had to be a bloody flail. I hate flails. Flails suck. So I guess it's kind of appropriate that it.
Yeah, it's that moment changes everything in history. And Dunk's life is going to be defined by that. Egg's life is going to be defined by that. There's a lot of people that are suddenly Maekar. What does Maekar feel about this? Maekar, who stood by his son, even though he knew he was kind of being a coward and wanted to get this Battle of Seven thing, even though he knows his son is a piece of shit, but Maekar's ego needed his kids to be there. His ego needed to defend his kid, even though he knows he's lying, and he goes out there and in a bit of anger and got a little look. Baelor certainly had shots where he could have killed Maekar throughout this thing. You assume Maekar was also holding back, but he's the one that lands the killing blow on his brother. And man, oh man.
Oof.
All right.
How do you live with that?
People are now debating in chat. Gentlemen, that weapon that took out the final blow on Baelor, did that have a chain with a thing on the end from your view, from what you saw?
I couldn't tell.
Final blow. It looked like a chain to me because that's
I didn't see that. He's got a mace, right?
If it's a bar with a heavy thing on the end, that's a
That's what it's
mace.
supposed to be.
It's a mace.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought it was a chain.
That's
do
what
you like
Draco has.
maces, Shad? A mace
I
is
like
cool?
maces. Maces, good. Yes. Flails are pieces of crap.
What did you think about the Morning Star?
You mean the one on the chain that got dunk?
Mhm.
Because that's a flail. That is a flail. It's
Oh,
not one.
that's what that's called?
Yeah, that's a flail.
Was the
What-
Morning Star the thing that it's called on the end? or what?
A morning star is just a mace that has a round ball on the end with spikes.
Right.
What if it's
That's
like
a
a stick and then a chain and then a ball?
stick and then a chain and then a ball, still a flail.
Okay.
Shad's a simple man. He just like sticks with balls at the end. And
I just like sticks generally.
yeah.
Yeah.
Makes more sense. Well, flailing around, I mean, you could do a lot of damage to yourself with one of those things, it seems like, in the middle of a melee. But yeah, I'm sure this episode will be discussed a lot. I'm sure the flashback will be discussed a lot. And we're about to hear about it because we're going to go to the people. Shall we? Let's go to the people. But y'all liked it?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I thought it was
I
great.
like it a lot. I thought it was a
I
good
thought it was
episode.
awesome, yeah.
That was really
In
good.
actual fact, just because I would compare it to this sword here, which is the most brutal thing I have ever owned.
Is that a
You see
butter
this?
knife?
No, this is an executioner sword. This
Oh,
is an
okay.
executioner sword, Gary. This thing is insane.
Yeah,
Wait,
Gary,
I-
idiot.
Looks
Gosh,
like a
man,
butter
it's
knife.
so bloody heavy. Oh, holy crap.
Well, I guess it has to be.
Yeah.
Chopping
Yeah.
off heads with it.
This is insane.
All right. Poke God 99 for $10. The flashback should have been split up like Last of Us season 1 flashbacks. If they should have done one at all. It was a bad story decision to put it there after all the hype.
This
Well, they were
was
leading
split-
up to it. It was being
There's
The split
flashback
here is going to
from-
happen for the people who really wanted to get to the fight versus the people who are happy to see what the storytellers want to offer us to contextualizing the fight within Dunk's mind first. I totally understand wanting to get to the fight. I really do.
I get it. But as Ryan said earlier, if they adapted the book word for word, that fight would have been 5
You
minutes.
had 2 minutes. Congratulations.
Yeah.
I think that there has been basically no action in this entire thing.
Very little, yeah, very
Through
little.
4 episodes. Certainly not from our character's point of view. Him intervening with Aryan, I suppose. And this series through 4 episodes so far, I think has been pretty fucking phenomenal because of the story and the characters. And I think that flashback helped the story and helped the characters. And you got a hint of the fight. He gets knocked the fuck out and has a flashback that is very relevant to what he needs to do in that moment and to what his history is and everything. And then you get a fight for 15 minutes after that. I don't get the people again. There's a lot of people who get tired of stuff when it's just not fights on screen, but I don't know how you could have liked the first 4 episodes and then got really upset that it took us, we got 5 minutes of fight and then 15 minutes flashback, 15 minutes fight. I don't get it, but
when I was watching it, I was like, this better be worth, watching because you're cutting us out of the fight, so you best know what you're doing, guys. And I had some faith because of the previous episodes. I was like, I think they know what they're doing. And then I was like, yeah, okay, they do. When we got to the get up, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, all of that comes together. Good job.
Shorty Short for $2 says, who else skipped the flashback to watch the duel? I hope you didn't. But I'm guessing some people might have done that. Thank you for the $2. That's Shorty Short. Mad Dog for $4.99. It's TV, so they aren't beholden to Dunk's POV for the fight. I would have liked to see other people fighting. At least my least favorite episode of the season, but still good.
That's I mean, I guess that they don't have to, but I mean, books aren't also beholden to certain POVs except for the ones that they choose to do anyway.
Well, you have in the book, Dunk, can take a second to look at the battlefield and describe what he's seeing, but you also have the narration just describing what is happening at your preference as a writer or storyteller. And as we've gone over, it's like there are different versions of this fight that could have ran out that could also be awesome. But as it stands, I don't have any issue with them choosing to focus on Dunk.
Well, yeah, because the problem is that they are kind of mutually exclusive. Like if you choose to have a sort of bird's eye view on the whole thing, then you are going to sacrifice some level of I don't know, intimacy in the sense of like sticking with one character throughout.
Yeah, and I mean, dare I say, isn't part of it to get inside his head that we don't know the fate of everyone around you? Like that's how he feels, right? Everyone's just killing each other, all for this fight between these two. If you can get him to release the claim, if you can get him to yield, which he's not even, he's not even close to it. Most of the fight, he's losing. So it's all a horrifying situation. It reminds me of the beginning, right? The chaos of the noises, the horses, the soldiers, everything's moving around. He's not keeping track. He's not in sync with it all yet. And then it all starts. And it's just like, it's just chaos. I respect the decision to get us in his head.
It's called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. This story is religiously from Dunk's perspective. I don't know why it wouldn't be from his perspective. It's very strange to me.
Wesley Snipes, yeah. It's been a member for 56 months. Thank you very much. Could have done without half that episode, honestly. JC Hero of Canton for $5. We just watched penultimate garbage. I don't know about that. What a disappointment.
Oh, come on.
Garbage.
I wouldn't call it garbage.
This thing is going to be heavily, heavily praised by virtually everyone except half of this chat, to be honest with you.
I think some people criticize it, but we'll see. Vermithor for $20 says, I feel like the flashback could have been its own episode or linked with the previous one. I swore this one would be nothing but the trial. It would have been a short episode, though.
Yeah,
it was solid either way. Even knowing the story tension was top notch. Hail, boys. Hail to you, brother. And hail to everybody. Hail the chat. It's all good.
I'm interested. People who don't want the flashback, what else would they have put into the episode? Like, just have 5 episodes in this series?
I suppose what's interesting about this is I didn't know like how long the fight was actually going to be. I kind of did expect that it might have been quite long. But nevertheless, when the flashback begins and then when it ends and then when you see what it was all for, it's like, yeah, no, I'm on board with this. Like, I generally have a good amount of faith in the people who are making this show based on those prior 4 episodes. I'm a lot more willing to see where something like this goes compared to in a show that I've basically written off.
Yeah, if the flashback was completely and totally pointless and meant nothing for Dunk's character or for why he's like found his way in life, I guess I agree. It would be like, what the fuck was that for? That's not what the flashback was, in my opinion. So
no, and we still have to see how they stick the landing because they have to add a lot now. Because after this fight, the books pretty much over. I mean, they do like a little bit of mop up, but
it's what I've been saying the last week, basically. So, because when we came and did this, what I said at the end, I said, I'm curious to see how they break this stuff up because there's not much book left because the fight's incredibly short and there's not much wrap up after that. There's a couple very important scenes, but there's not much.
So I think we'll probably get, well, I don't know. Is the scenes for next week out?
There is a preview. I think it's logical to guess that maybe Baelor's son, who is there, might have something like some impact on him, considering Prince Valar is there.
We'll likely get the important conversations, and then we'll get some extra stuff, probably.
Yeah. I mean, we'll see how they stick the landing because I guess the other argument could be made. We could have left stuff out and just made it 4 episodes. Just made it like a movie.
I have a question. So when Baelor takes off his helmet in the graphic novel, that's out in the open and everyone sees it. Is that what it's like in the book?
No. They're kind of in like almost a medical tent type thing, if I remember right. Just in somebody's, I forget what you call the tents that they set up, the pavilion things, but yeah.
Let me double check. Maybe I misspoke about that because I felt like if that was the case from memory, it had more. In the graphic novel, it happens out in front of everyone.
Everybody.
Yeah. Everyone sees him just collapse and his brain fall out. And that had a big impact because everyone is reacting with Dunk that, holy crap, the air just died, basically. Hand of the king.
Penn's fan for life for $5 says, good episode. Dunk is a freaking tank, and R.I.P. Baelor, one of the good Targaryens. Now, the good Targaryens don't last very long, or they go mad. Where was I? Okay, there we go. The flashback could have been cut by half or more and still conveyed what it needed to. Battle was great. It's not glorious or glamorous, but bloody and brutal. And that's what it was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
The Beast, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Bonesaw is ready for $5. Says, I think that this was the weakest episode, but only because the flashback dragged a bit. Brutal and really well done fight, though. The fight delivered like 100%. I think waiting for it a little bit actually helped.
And I really like the Sir Arlan fight as well.
Sir Arlan's awesome. He might be my favorite knight now.
I'm telling you, like the first thing I said to you guys, like I needed that scene. It really like completes my view of Sir Arlan now. It's like I totally get it, Doug. I get why you say what you say.
Well, it's like this entire series, we've seen some flashbacks that indicate who Sir Arlan is, but we really don't have a good idea of why Dunk would follow him the way that he does. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah, we speculate and we can draw from a couple of smaller bits. We're like, but this big bit was like, oh, okay, it all fits now.
Kind of locked it in. Especially, I think it's kind of important to show where he was when all of that went down in his life, compared to and why that affected him the way that it did, and why he threw a dog shit life away, but still to follow someone with no promise that he was going to become anything other than just following this knight around.
Yep. Thomas C. Iskandar for $5. Thank you. Says, did not like the episode. The flashback could have been cut, and Dunk and Arian's fight was terrible. I disagree, but thank you. Why did they change Baelor's helm between episodes? His face, the face shield was knocked off.
Like they literally said my visor broke, but
yeah. Right at the end when Baelor is like, yeah, that was probably my brother. Yeah. Rachel Zegler is Timu Rafe, says Phil Mitchell's fist for $10.
Wait, so not that Rafe is Timu Rachel Zegler, but Rachel Zegler is the Timu Rafe.
Yeah, that's a compliment to the flashback, I think.
Yeah.
The concept of the flashback wasn't done justice in its implementation. It was the wrong place and far too long. The fight had the strategy and other fighters left out too. They mentioned the strategy in the beginning, the fight's different. Yeah.
I think people are judging this episode against what they thought the episode would be in their heads and not what the episode is.
Yeah, we want to focus on what they achieved as opposed to, because I've said, getting straight and stuck into the fight. I don't think, because we called it earlier, I don't think cutting in and out of flashback would have been better. I don't like the way that they did it makes a lot more sense. Yeah, no, they probably did.
About it. Yeah.
So real quick, Polar Bear says, I feel like Ryan is being purposely obtuse. It's called A Knight of the Seven Kingdoms, so of course it's focused on Dunk. So does that mean Game of Thrones should only be about the throne? Polar Bear, that is you being specifically very obtuse. Game of Thrones is an adaptation of a book series called A Song of Ice and Fire, in which the first book is called Game of Thrones, and it's quite literally about all the politics that are happening around an entire fucking continent in times of wars, and it has multiple viewpoint characters.
But thrones,
yes,
there's many, because it's 5 kings, right? That's like
yes,
the big
War of the
crown.
5 Kings,
and so it would be all about them, and then everyone who's supporting them.
This is a short story series in which your viewpoint character is one and only, and it is Sir Duncan the Tall.
Question on the novel: is it written in first person or third person?
Third person.
Third person. So, like, most likely, then it's third person limited, which is the standard in fantasy. Which is, even though it's from a third person perspective, it's limited to Dunk's perspective and what he sees.
Yeah, not necessarily omniscient.
Yes,
like the sort of third person, like bird's eye, knows all, sees all sort of thing.
Exactly.
Which is why you shouldn't expect like a random conversation between Baelor and Maekar in private that Dunk isn't eavesdropping on. You know what I mean?
Well, the most they're willing to do is if it's egg, going off and doing something. That's like the most this show has been willing to breach, being solely Dunk's POV, which I think makes a lot of sense. And it's not very often.
Nathan Cassidy, $4.99. I got flashbacks to House of the Dragon season 1, episode 9, with melees bursting out of the floor with that flashback sequence.
I don't think
Sir Arlan
so
had a badass moment, but unnecessary.
That must be clear because I still have nightmares from that episode. Like they fucked up so much in that season with that one. There's lots of things in that episode that went bad. It wasn't just the melee stuff, but like we went over all the ways it fucks character and it destroys like the plot line, and there's all these stupid stretches happening. And then we got the background of why they made these decisions. I'll never forget the whole like she spared the family because she couldn't bring herself to kill her mother. It was the most like what the fuck are you talking about? It was horrible. I don't see any similarities with this. Like just
no, because that as a moment, that's like her character is done. Whereas with the flashback, how does this impugn, like how does this ruin Dunk? Any of the information? How is it not like very consistent and kind of illuminating in a lot of ways?
Yeah, listen, I can get where people were expecting a fight and they didn't get the fight, right? But I would disagree with that it was pointless. We could talk about pacing. I mean, that's fair enough, but it wasn't a pointless scene. It wasn't a scene that derailed the entire fucking show, like that, especially coming off of episode 8 of House of the Dragon season 1, which was so fucking good. And then we had just this stupid fucking moment where a bunch of moms got trampled, as we talk about. That I don't think they're comparable.
Well, just that the whole story changes completely, right? If she essentially commits to just destroying everything, the whole story is over, compared to here, where flashback or no flashback, the story is still playing out the same way. So you don't have to worry about this catastrophic damage to character or plot with the flashback sequence. Pacing, that's more of a conversation for sure, but not plot and character.
Like to me, if Rafe had stabbed a gold cloak and then Dunk was about to get killed by another one and she stepped in the way and took a knife for him and slit his throat, and then as she was dying, she's like, Dunk, I need you to become a knight. You need to become a knight.
Show them all,
That's
Dunk.
what your
Show
calling
them.
is. I would totally be like agreeing 100%. You know what I mean? That's not what happens.
But that's not what happens. She gets her throat opened up because she was a dumb shit. And we don't see that ever, especially a person of color. It's just like and a girl.
Like they actually did that. She girl boss too close to the sun.
They did. They literally did it. And
it's fucking brutal. He just comes up behind her, just does done. And to him, you can tell it's like you've done this too many times, and I can just kill you, and it wouldn't matter. So I'm just gonna do that. You're annoying the shit out of me. And then simultaneously, we all understand the universe. We all understand how that happens. We're like, yeah, that's how it goes. But simultaneously, it's a kid getting killed. And so you see this guy who's like, that's fucking wrong. And he just comes out there drunk as all hell. I don't know. I find that all really, really good shit. I'm glad they had it.
Ryan Zirwa, thank you for becoming a member. We appreciate it. Get to watch Starfleet Academy watch parties. The polar opposite of this shit. Jesus. John Layton for $200. John, look at that beard. Sure you're not an armor on the side?
Steely Pate.
Yeah, Steely Pate.
Steely Pate's right there, dropping 200. Is it Stags or is it Golden Dragons? So I haven't read this book. Waiting on Wins a Winner. LOL. Yeah, just read the book. Just go ahead and read the book.
It's such a pain, isn't it? Free was talking about this earlier. It's like,
why would you subject yourself to it? Yeah, like it just seems like such a horrible thing of, man, I'm getting really into this stuff that this Martin guy is making. When's the next book coming out? It's like,
just read this Knight of the Seven Kingdoms book and call it a day, and you'll be left without any frustration.
Go play Elden Ring. He did some right in that.
But this show gives me faith that good TV is still here. It is.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah.
It is.
Gotta go
once
for it.
in a great while.
Yeah, we said we got Gentleman and Mobland coming up this year, right? As well
Yep.
as a bit of a roll of the dice on House of the Dragon season 3. We'll see.
So what's more likely to have a solid? I think Mobland is much more likely to have a consistently solid season.
It feels lower variable than the Gentleman,
Yes.
and that's why it would be more likely to win out that fight. But we'll see.
I hope they're both great.
Yeah,
No, I do too. Really
Mhm.
enjoy both.
Except for the ill-timed flashback with Zendaya lookalike, the short battle scene was very well done. Chaotic. It reminded me of season 2, episode 4 of House of the Dragon.
Yes, that was a great episode.
That was a good episode.
That one.
How long was the battle scene, Ryan? It was 10 minutes.
Probably in the.
Are we talking literally
12
from
minutes,
like the
something
first
like that?
charge to
Well, if we
the
go
yielding?
first charge to the
To the
yield.
yield?
First charge to yield, probably 12, 13 minutes, maybe more. I'd have to add up the timing, but somewhere around there. Flashback was probably, 15 minutes?
Thank
Yeah,
you,
I-
Yapping Tom, by the way.
I'd have to check.
Young Dunk takes a spear to his lower right leg, doesn't see a maester, wraps a dirty, filthy rag around it, and is wandering after Sir Arlan is a thing. Well, he almost
That's why
died.
he was.
I can't believe that the homeless fucking peasant
bottom
thief
rat.
didn't see a maester.
Homebound travel for $5. Yeah, maesters don't work on just everybody. They're a little elitist. Ghost of Aces for $10. The flashback, I mean, maybe a woods witch. Yeah. Ghost of Aces for $10 says the flashback should have been Dunk getting harassed by robbers, getting saved, and Dunk following Arlan around. The length made it 6 out of 10. Needed much more battle.
I love that origin for him meeting Sir Arlan. It's so fun. It like it's just him getting drunk in a fucking bar or whatever, spots it through a crack in the window, and he's just like, "That's injustice." It reminds me of stop
That's
raping,
injustice.
sir. Like you can't do this. It's wrong.
Well, and
Almost
it feels
like-
consistent with the bell curve meme that sort of has gone around, right, for Dunk versus Baelor, right? Of the bell curve of the knight must defend the innocent, to then the meme being
The mean is
dickhead.
like, I'll sell my honor to get
Yeah.
whatever I can.
You know,
And it
it's
comes
like
back
Dunk
around to Baelor.
has it in common with Arlan, and it's a very sort of simple, straightforward, do the right thing, damn it, compared to Baelor's much more considered. Yeah, you should do the right thing, actually.
I do think that, like, for instance, we get a long time of Dunk kind of just following Arlan. You can cut that down a little. You can cut out a minute here or a minute there from that flashback overall. I really think people are having a reaction because they desperately wanted to get to the fight, which I get. I think if people rewatch the episode without that, I think they'll get a lot from the flashback personally.
Mhm.
What if they go into it again, remembering it's like, no, don't worry, the fight's coming, and you'll get a good amount of it.
Yeah.
The last 3 minutes was good. The rest was complete shit. How did they take?
What?
How did they
Damn.
take the shit? Have been the simplest episode and completely shit the bed. Says Killjoy.
Oh,
for $10.
damn.
I mean, I would get people saying it's like this is their least favorite, or it's like middle of the road sort of thing, but like completely shit, it's like,
Garbage,
damn.
trash, like worthless. No, come on. Don't be saying that.
to watch an episode of Starfleet Academy.
You remind
You want
yourself.
to see what worthless shit is. Neo 226 for 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Hail. Finally caught this live. Was going to say I like the Kingsguard armor, especially how the tassets look like dragon wings. Love the Kingsguard armor in this. Wish we would have seen more of it. Roundier the Cruel for $4.99. Ryan says people who say this episode is 3 out of 10 need to reevaluate their scale. Saying the friend ruined the show is ridiculous. Another solid episode for a solid show. Hell yeah, Roundira. And she's cruel and round, Ryan.
That's a more appropriate depiction of
It
Rhaenyra.
really is. If you want to know what she's really supposed to look like towards the end of the book, it's that.
Kinda like
Really?
Aegon the Fourth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Robin Hood.
Have you guys seen the pictures of Aegon the Fourth? Hold on.
Yeah,
like
Flashback.
his,
Is it like-
his thumbnail,
yeah,
I am almost certain he has gotten the woman who poses as Maid Marian in Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves, when he goes into meet Maid Marian, and there's this really large woman on a balcony pretending to be. That looks like her. That looks exactly like her.
So this is Aegon the Fourth, who was an absolute piece of shit king, and his actions resulted in the in the Blackfire Rebellion.
Yeah.
Look at those tits.
Yeah.
Look at that gut. Sausage
That's
fingers.
some Henry VIII energy for sure.
Just
Yeah.
a glutton. Legitimized all his bastards because he knew it would just create chaos.
Yeah. Kind of looks like an angry ass with hair. Not gonna lie. Look at him.
It does. Hey, Makar looks just like the art. The same artist who did the art for Makar. The casting in the show is fucking spot on.
Yes, actually, you're right.
If you could find that.
I'll find it.
Yeah. Anxiety for $10 says this episode was amazing and has me excited and dreading the finale. Also, Shad, I love you,
Yes.
but Goku is not a wizard. Harry, Dragon Ball establishes, it says Harry. Dragon Ball establishes many times that ki and magic are different
Oh.
in their world.
You don't understand
is-
the
it
meme,
is
do you,
magic.
Gary?
Yeah,
No, I
it is
don't.
magic by any other name.
Wait, how?
It functions
You're
the
not a
same.
wizard, Harry.
Oh,
You're
you
not a wizard, Harry. it took me a minute to get there.
Oh, okay.
okay,
For a second there, I was like,
okay,
"You're like
okay.
a Harry Potter person."
Listen here, Hagrid, you fatso. I'm
No,
not
that's
a
not-
fucking wizard.
But we're talking like, okay, so my brain is locked in. I'm like,
Wait,
Goku,
you're both-
fucking Goku, Dragon Ball. Why does Harry got to do with Goku?
Harry, it's
Oh,
not
God,
referencing
I got it.
that. It's just
Oh.
the movie because he says you're a
Oh,
wizard.
well, I don't
Harry,
care
and this
about the
person's
movie. I
saying,
only care
Goku, you're
about
not a wizard, Harry.
I'm an old man
that's-
whose wits are
okay.
leaving him. Leave me alone.
Anytime I hear it, I never think of the movie. I only think of what is it? Oh my goodness, what is it with this
Yeah.
language? You are a wizard.
The super chat is a reply to a tweet I made saying Goku's basically a wizard, and so
Oh,
And
so
so
you had
that
some batshit crazy tweet that people are
That's not true, then.
that's a day that ends in Y for Shad. Shad wakes up in the morning and goes, "How can I be contrarian today? How
it's a talent. What
what
can I
fan
say?
base can I poke today?"
It's
Uh,
a living.
Shad, what? He loved getting murdered?
Hmm?
Eric, I don't know. Eric's probably been modding a lot today.
Okay.
We love you, Eric.
Yes, Shad.
He's the king of the mods.
I don't know the reference.
So here's, I don't know. Shad, what? He loved getting murdered?
When did I ever say anything close to something like that? And who's he? We're talking about Dunk.
There's Makar. There's the art for Makar
With his mace.
with his mace.
That's a
Yeah,
chunky
that'd be
mace.
And
That
that
is a
look,
chunky mace.
and that is good casting.
Yeah, like he's even got the frown
The
down.
frown down, yeah.
But and you get his actual sigil there with the 4 different dragons. Although that is a little bit of that's not really what it should look like, I suppose. It should be from the side, you know what I mean? The Targaryen the typical Targaryen insignia on the sides.
Well,
yeah.
how old is this artwork? Like, does it predate the
This
like
artwork's pretty old. But
10 years. This is for Art of Ice and Fire, right? Is that when all this
Yeah.
stuff came out?
I think it
Something
even
like that.
predates that a little bit, but like it's also been over 10 years since the last book came out. So the last real book. Channel Surf, my brother, says Brave Zendaya was a killjoy. Okay. If Zendaya, if Chani got her throat slit in fucking Dune, it would have been better. Okay. Was a killjoy, and Baelor was supposed to fall on Dunk as foretold, but overall it ends where we are supposed to be. It did.
So fall on Dunk as it was foretold. One,
Yeah.
prophecies are very strange. You have a dead dragon who was on top of Dunk. That's what Daeron sees.
yeah.
And Baelor literally died for Dunk, protecting Dunk. And you could argue that maybe, Gary,
Uh-huh.
maybe we haven't even seen that prophecy come true.
Yeah.
No, that's not the prophecy. That's
Mhm.
not the prophecy. God, I was looking for the quote on about Maesters.
And
About Maesters.
And Dunk basically catches him at the end.
Yeah.
And is on him. So I think you can make an argument that is the prophecy that Daeron foretold, but I also think there's things that happen in the future that you could argue that it's not the entirety of that prophecy. That might
speaking of that, hang on.
In light of the spoiler that came out, I have a feeling that might be reference to what the prophecy is.
Yep.
But
find it.
Taking the show for what they clearly want you to connect those two.
They do.
Shit.
And I mean, he's effectively on top of him. He falls into his arms. Dunk is holding, he's like above his lap. It's effectively.
But because there was something that I don't know if it was in, I'd have to get the book out and look at the prophecy portion. But when Daeron's speaking to Dunk, he's talking about it's seen a fire as well.
Yeah.
And I don't remember if that was in the book. And you could argue, what does that mean? There's a lot of different ways to interpret fire, blah, blah, blah. But certainly we know of something that will be burning and Targaryens dying and apparently Dunk surviving.
Yeah, because think about the imagery where it's a dragon that seems to have died and Dunk is dead, and then he crawls out from underneath and Dunk is alive. Like him crawling out of a field of death, being alive, and from fire and things.
Well,
it's also a dream where wacky abstract visuals can mean lots of different things, so it's all good.
Yes, this is true.
I'm looking for I tweet too much now. Jesus
You're just looking for the tweet?
Yeah, I'm looking for
I'll get it.
Okay, there it is. I got it.
Okay. If I knew that's what you're doing, I would have got it.
I got it. Get the volume up on this one. This is a huge spoiler, and I think it's great.
I've watched it several times, and his reaction still makes me laugh.
It's hilarious.
A bit about when Egg's trying to make dragons in the summer hall, and then there's a huge fire. But we know from George. We don't know if.
Oh no!
Survives, but we don't know if Egg survives yet.
We don't know exactly what's happened. But let's just get this season 1 out of the way. And we'll see.
I love it.
Dude, he was trying to we don't know. He was trying to tell him there's we don't know, but
dude, it's actually like watching Duncan Egg do it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I guess the thing is trying to figure out a way to, because you probably don't want it to be like the Mark Ruffalo Don Cheadle thing where it's like, oh shit, actually he did say something really, really significant. Shit. You gotta have it be kind of fun. Yeah, no, we don't know. Yeah, anyway.
Just so everyone remembers, because that one's fucking iconic. Is it Don Cheadle says something along the lines of like, "Hey, who knows what'll happen? Maybe everyone dies." And then Mark Ruffalo goes, "Well,
no,
half."
I think he says like, no, it's worse than that, because he says half and then he says all. Like, and then of course it's like, well, that doesn't make any. What are you talking about? It's like, oh shit, it is half then. And then he's like, dude, and he just puts his hand in his head or something. It's like, oh, what?
Well, because it's too late at that point, because it's Thanos. It's like people know enough. It's like, oh shit, yeah. So that's what's happening. It's like, well,
this is so crazy because there has never really been any indication in any of the lore and any of the source material, all the books. Summerhall is a mystery. What happens at Summerhall is a mystery. We have a lot of theories about it, and we have some information. We know a lot of Targaryens died in a fire. So we've been thinking, is it because they were trying to bring the dragons back? What exactly happens? We know there might have been dragon eggs there, but what happened? And Dunk is presumed to have died. It is written in a history book, I believe, that he has died.
Yep.
In this fire. And so the fact that we get told he survives that and that we don't know if Egg survives, even the fact that he said we don't know if Egg survives is fucking nuts to me.
Yeah. George told them those things specifically. It's like, yeah, because I haven't figured this out yet. Like, fucking hell.
It's probably like,
well, now people are going to go crazy
I'm not sure about
with theories. And you brought one up Friday, and I'm like, why not? Dunk being cold hands. That'd be a stretch, but you never know. because Cold Hands had to be, a member of the Night's Watch, so maybe he becomes one.
It is crazy that this show could single-handedly, especially through these actors, bring back the passionate theory crafting that's been like dead for the most part.
Missing.
Yeah,
from everything. So, G-Man for $5 says this show is awesome, especially for the book readers. What are the chances we see young Maester Aemon in the series at some point? I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility.
I feel like they do.
I would say very likely.
Yeah.
Very likely. He is,
Compared to
for
doing
people that don't know, he
flashbacks.
is Egg's brother.
Yes.
So Sundowners Club just super chatted $20 and says Daeron doesn't mention a fire in the novellas, only the dragon falling on Dunk.
Mm-hmm.
So the fire portion
true.
was added in the
show.
show.
Interesting.
So,
But they're adding these things with like George's supervision. Now, does that make it lore in the books? Don't know. I'm surprised Rafe lasted that long, being too stupid to take her own advice. Nobody forgets anything. Now let me go make an enemy real quick for no good reason. I know. Drudez 42 for $4.99. I'm not watching the show mostly because it ends in Danny destroying everything and John being sent to the wall. Don't want to support more bad media. Well, that's a different show.
I respect that though.
Yeah,
I think there's a lot of people that feel that way. They didn't like how Game of Thrones end. They're not interested in anything else in the universe.
fair enough.
The thing about like because I get it, but I also am like we're running low on brand new stories that are inspiring, and this is one where it's like you might want to give a look to this one because it's one of the few that I would say is very much on point with that. We still got one episode left, but I wouldn't give it a miss for that reason, considering this is very self-contained. It's like you don't need to worry about thinking about Daenerys. You know how House of the Dragon opens with like, this is 300 years before Daenerys Targaryen.
Yeah, they just directly connect
This one you don't need to worry about.
Yeah, you don't.
It's not even mentioned.
Like, to me, I love seeing this story played out, and it's actually really weird because I feel like there's people that because of what Disney has done to Star Wars, it's almost ruined all Star Wars for them. You know what I mean? They don't even want to rewatch anything because it all leads to that. I don't feel that way. I still love watching Star Wars movies. I still love reading my Star Wars books in the same way, even with all the bullshit. And it's kind of different because George is such a massive, lazy, commie pile of dog shit who will never finish his fucking books and is such a fucking fake victim all the time. But at the same time, I still really enjoy the stuff he's written, and I'm really invested in the stuff and interested in it. And I love the Hedge Knight, and I love seeing this play out.
It's almost like don't give them the power to take away the things that you enjoy, just because all of this new Star Wars stuff has been shit. Don't let them, don't give that to them. That you don't get to enjoy the old stuff,
I've always understood, it's difficult to recommend and go through Game of Thrones because it's a direct line into it gets horribly worse to the worst possible ending in TV shows, potentially. But, in the same way that I can watch the OT a million times without having to worry about the sequels being canon. I don't think any of us here consider the sequels canon. You don't have to worry about it. But in the same vein, you can kind of ignore Game of Thrones when watching A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. You don't need to think about it if you don't want to.
It is tougher when you see like Targaryens running around and shit. But it's not the way I feel. But I do know there's people that feel that way legitimately, that because of like seasons 7 and 8, they aren't fucking interested in watching any more of it.
Well, dude, we realize with the Stranger Things shit, it's like it's already being somewhat forgotten how much of an insane event that was. That was the whole world saying, "What the fuck did you do to our story?" Like we were all enjoying this, and you fucked it. Why did you do this? Like it. We compared this some shows that have gone down, like a Doctor Who, or we mentioned Arcane. It's like what's the worst downfall? It's like the one Game of Thrones has is that it was the most like shared cultural downfall of a thing at the same time. Star Wars is competitive, of course. It was more of a movies thing. This was just, like Game of Thrones was a thing, and it was the last of its thing.
Yeah, and fucking Game of Thrones took a shit the same year like Rise of Skywalker came out. Like,
Yeah, 2019. It was
a lot
one
of
of those
things
years.
went to
It's
shit
kinda like
in 2019.
2015. I always point to 2015. That's a really
Yeah,
that's a really bad year. Force Awakens. I mean, the one Terminator Genesis, Halo 5 is a particularly grim one that happened in 2015.
you can't.
Well, and then the Stranger Things fans being like, "This is the worst ending to a TV show." It's like, come on.
No.
Well, that implies that the show is even worthwhile enough to have.
Yeah,
like
we can make arguments about the quality of earlier seasons. So
Yeah, I think people are very in the moment with
Yeah.
everything. Everyone's always looking for. But remember when House of the Dragon 2 was worse than Game of Thrones season 8 when we were reacting to that, and now some of the things we're hearing about this because of this flashback. I think people are very in the moment sometimes, and both ways. Like the idea that last episode and then this episode on IMDb are like 9.5s or 10 out of 10s, I think is kind of crazy. Not that I don't think the show's really good. I do think the show is really good, but I don't think it deserves to be in conversation with the greatest shows of all time, mostly due to kind of its simplicity and stuff. I think it's really good.
I think it's a great contender for maybe best show of this year in a time where most shows suck balls.
Yeah.
So and maybe that won't be the case at the end of the year, but we'll see.
Well, if they do the 3 seasons, maybe by the end of the 3rd one, if they can maintain quality, we could be like, yeah, this is a contender for like being this compact 3 significant stories, broad season anthology thing. It's like, yeah, there'll be a conversation for it. But I'm kind of with Ryan. It's like, in terms of variables, they didn't have as difficult of a thing to achieve as something like a Game of Thrones did. Which, it's no knock to the show. I love the show. I think it's awesome.
Just this year, I've seen Wonder Man and I've seen Starfleet Academy, and A Night of the Seven Kingdoms is order of magnitudes better. Not even in the same, the other shows aren't in the same league. They aren't competent. I wouldn't even consider them real shows. Like, this is a real TV show, a rare real TV show. Now, arguments about pacing stuff, that's totally fair. I think that's fine. I think not wanting to watch this shit after Game of Thrones season 8, I think that's fair as well.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I get it.
The fight scenes are gnarly. Armor feels weighty.
Yeah.
I thought the fight scene was great. Thought it was fucking great. Can't wait to watch it again. I felt like I was watching the invasion of D-Day, says Slick MZ for $1.99. Thank you. I appreciate it. Boom, boom. I discovered this new thing, Ryan. The stars. You just kind of roll past them, but we want the Battle of the Bastards on repeat. Fans have entered the chat. Fucking simpletons, goddamn! It's just a difference of opinion, and I don't think anybody wants the Battle of the Bastards because that really wasn't that great of a battle.
I think I disagree actually, and I think that is what like people with the desire for Game of Thrones to be that's what it was at the end of that.
It became spectacle. Yes.
People want the spectacle.
And if we're talking about good battles, then,
Battle of the Bastards I thought was fantastic.
Battle of the Bastards.
On repeat viewings, there's things where I'm like,
those bodies piling up was impossible. That was literally impossible.
Yeah,
those bodies piling up. Like, it's got moments around it, but yeah, it's
the horses charging on John and him pulling out his sword. That shit was fucking awesome.
But is it really? But I mean, because I've seen that. What about the part where like none of the horses hit him though?
Well,
shouldn't none of them hit him?
Realize is the horses are charging against other horses.
Not sure, but I guess it's just like it seems like it's kind of lucky that no horses hit him, or that he doesn't get like speared or anything. And
that's like an iconic moment. I get caught up in the fight.
It looks cool as a spectacle
when like dead bodies start multiplying into giant piles. It's like how is this even happening?
But the reason that doesn't hold up on repeat, it's a really cool moment, especially when you see it and you're along for the ride. The reason it doesn't hold up on rewatch is because of what it does or doesn't do for characters. And what I like about what we've seen through this show, I like how they've stayed true to characters and who they are and expanded upon who they are, very much in line with the character that he's supposed to be, that Dunk is supposed to be. And
you're right. Then it goes on and on and on, and like the long night is kind of the zenith of we don't care. It's not about character anymore. It's about the fucking insane spectacle that we have no control or understanding over, and then all the characters go by the wayside and have horrible endings in that episode.
That was crazy.
Including-
People are hyping that up to be like Helm's Deep.
Oh, hey, bro, we fucking resurrected John, and he's so important. Everyone follows him so that he could scream at a dragon. It's like, what? What do you mean? It's like, well, it would have been too obvious if he killed the Night King.
Remember when the director said if you couldn't see the battle, you needed to get a better television?
It'd be brightness.
Poor.
Man, that feels like it's adjacent to the if you don't like it, don't buy it argument of just like you should
Miguel
you
Sapochnik.
shouldn't say these things.
Yeah.
You're trying to sell something
It's,
to people.
It was unbelievable. Send your entire cavalry out to die when you're in a castle formation. Like,
no,
what
but it's
are
a cool
you
shot. All the
doing?
lights go out.
It was retarded on so many levels.
That was insane. Complete fucking waste. Yeah, let's not get into
let's not. Even my mother said too much girl boss bullshit with Rafe. Fight was so rushed, flashbacks too long. Baelor dying just ruins it. Not enough fighting or trial of 7. You see no one else fighting. Very mid episodes, says Rybread for 1999. Baelor dies.
It's a strange experience, right? Because we got 3 of us read the book, 1 with the graphic novel, 1 with neither. And we all have seemed to come to very similar conclusions about where the story was going, how they structured this episode for the payoffs, and then ending on that note, combined with the flashbacks, combined with Dunk's POV. It's like, that's what they were trying to achieve, I understand. Because I was about to say, I guess we had a cheat code somewhat, who are familiar with the story. You knew where it was going to go, so it's not like some kind of... Say you picture a whole other story in your head, and then you see this. It can take a bit to be like, okay, what were they trying to achieve? Because I think they've gone the wrong direction. But like, we didn't have the problem. But I mean, Fringy hadn't even.
Well, I mean, like I mentioned, I did not know that based on the book that the fight was going to be short. I did kind of expect that we were going to get right into it and it would last for a while, and then I'm not really sure exactly where it's going to end. So yeah, even for me, when the flashback happens, like, oh, okay, and then when I see where it ends, it's like, yeah, sure, that's fine. So I get what you mean. It's like, yeah, because some of you guys, it's like, well, you knew exactly where it was going. I didn't, but I mean, it still didn't really change where I ended up on it.
Well, you know what? From the point of the getting ready to charge and where they cut to the beginning of the flashback, I was like, so half the fight's done. It's like, right. See where this goes.
Yeah, I think if you hadn't read the book, which is going to be most of the people, the expectation of we had this like slow burn happening and we were expecting this big battle. We still got a big battle, I think.
Yeah. I'd say so.
But it's I had the advantage of knowing that's so like I can understand how people feel that way. Sure. And we'll see how it goes. We'll see how this is rated and how other people think and how they stick the landing, because they still need to stick a landing that's gonna be it'll be easier than House of the Dragon.
Yeah, I think
it'll be way easier than House of the Dragon, but they still have to add a lot of flashbacks and probably longer scenes to.
I think we're gonna get one good solid flashback of Duncan Arlan. And maybe it gets defined whether he was actually knighted or not, potentially.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to see that.
I don't know either.
Yeah, I don't think I do. I don't think I want to ever know if he was knighted or not.
I think it's very ambiguous because everyone has incredibly different interpretations of it. Mm-hmm. Like people have completely different interpretations of that scene of Arlan shrugging, during the knighting of Raymond Fossaway.
And that's fun. That's fun that's the case. To actually just say, well, no, some of you were wrong. This is what happens. Like, I don't know if I need that.
It just feels like, to me, it feels far more explicit in the show than it is felt in the book. I've always thought reading the books that Dunk was not actually knighted, but it's not like explicitly there at all. It's kind of reading into some things and when he's uncomfortable at times. This one, I feel much more certain that he has not been knighted. I don't know if it's what they're going for or just my interpretation of it. It's
kind of where I lean, mainly because it seems he doesn't feel it for himself. Like he doesn't feel that he's been knighted, at least properly or something. So there's something to think about there.
That's the
But-
one. I think Arlan did it, but didn't remember the words. And it's like, yeah, you're a knight. And Dunk doubts that if it's official.
I
Pops
disagree.
him on the head with a sword.
I think it never happened. I think it never happened. And I think it's better if it never happened, because it would be so much better for the story if the person who most like represents what it means to be a knight in this fucking universe, I think it is so much better and more ironic if
he's
he
not a
was
knight.
never knighted.
If he's not
Yeah.
knighted, because he earns it over time, aside from being just knighted after one glorious battle or something like that. And I think it means a lot more, because it's the question is, what is chivalry? What is a knight? And that's a question that's all through the main books, by the way, A Song of Ice and Fire. And we get answers from it from all angles that will never, I understand, never be finished. But we have Jaime kind of rediscovering his vows after being the biggest black-pilled piece of shit fucking his sister in the beginning of the book, and all of a sudden, he's trying to like make within the confines of his fucking horrible family, is trying to like make peace in the Riverlands and honor his vows to Catelyn Stark. And
He's inspired by Brienne,
yes,
who is probably
a descendant
of Dunk.
of Dunk.
And also, I forget who I was watching when they were talking about this. There's a lot of people who, if they don't think Dunk was knighted, they think at some point that Egg will officially knight Dunk. But wouldn't it be more interesting, Gary, if Dunk knights Egg? Because then you know who Egg knights? Sir Barristan.
Sir Barristan, that's right.
And Sir Barristan knights Jaime. And
Jaime.
if we have the same thing that happens in the TV show, which may have been from George, we don't know. And if Jaime knights Brienne.
But you know where Jaime
totally
is right
see that
now
happening.
with the books that we'll never get the answer to?
Correct.
Jaime's on his way to Lady Stoneheart because Brienne was about to get hanged by him, and she possibly agrees to betray him to save Podrick. But we'll never know.
Hey guys, I actually need a bounce. Unfortunately, the family are wanting to go pick blackberries because they're all ripe and fresh, and they're very tasty.
Oh, it's
choosing your family over us.
I know, right? Look at this guy.
Whatever. Go pick your blackberries with your kids and all that wholesome stuff.
I'll be thinking of you guys.
Oh, thanks. That's good enough.
worries.
Yeah, just ignore them. No, take it easy, man. Have fun.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you next week on FNT and everything. Catch you.
See you on FNT.
I think I'm wrong. I think Arthur Dane knights Jaime after
Arthur Dane knights Jaime. That's right.
Arthur Dane knights Jaime after the battle in the Kingswood Brotherhood or whatever.
Better to go getting blackberries than picking up boulders and collecting boulders. That's is probably a better way to.
I'd love to see the Laughing Knight. By the way,
that's crazy. You said that.
What?
Just collecting boulders. That's what I was doing. That was a crazy.
You guys know that meme, right?
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
What an idiot!
Amazing.
All the things you could have. Yeah. Oh, the Smiling Knight. That would have been, which is the Joker, essentially.
You see what's happening, Gary? You're starting to get hope. You're like Hawkeye with Black Widow. You're like, don't do this to me, show, because it's good, and it's like,
yeah, don't give me hope.
It's starting to send all the bloodline into all the veins of history of the universe. You're like, oh, it could be cool if they could be.
Well,
could be cool if they...
like right now, dude, I was invested in this book for many, many years before this channel. Obsessively invested in this book, and I was one of those people going, "Let George cook, leave him alone." You know, that was when it was at like 5 years, right? So that was a reasonable amount of time. It's like, let him cook, man. Listen, I've lived long enough. I'm fine with if my heart gets broken again, whatever. It's been broken many times before. But like any information we get is something I know we'll never get from George. So hearing that Dunk lives to go do things we'll never hear about. I was listening to an old interview with George R. Martin, and he said he's like, if I pass away in 30 years, maybe my descendants will release, I'm like, what descendants? Like, you don't have any descendants. You mean your minions? You mean your assistants that will, I hope if he gives his minions any power to publish after he's gone, then we will get everything. They will let somebody else write. They will be so much worse than the Tolkien estate, and it might actually be helpful, but they're not going to protect his work.
Do you want to see somebody like finish, or we just want to be like, or maybe both, but like one just a plop of George's plan, or anything he's written, just plop it all out?
It depends on who finishes it. Like, I think there's a couple of writers out there who could do okay. Would never do as well as George, but I think they could do okay. Ty Frank and Dan Abrams, who were kind of his proteges. But I don't hold out hope. I don't. I'd much rather, at this point, I reread Elric, which is just an insane fucking acid trip of a story, but it's awesome. Everything about it's awesome. Oh, and George borrowed a lot. Like, basically the Targaryens are Elric. Drew Breezes for $10 says, if you think about their canon descriptions, fighting a team that includes the Laughing Storm and Sir Duncan probably looking like Westerosi space marines is one of the hardest things to believe.
Big dudes.
They are big dudes.
That's my main criticism about Lionel Baratheon is that he's not big enough.
Yeah.
Damn good actor, though.
Hopefully to see him a bit more in the final episode.
Also, Arian. Oh, yeah, I should show you this one before I read it. Also, Arian's armor is okay, but I wish they made something closer to the art of Arian at the tourney made by Evan Male Amusen. I'll look that up. I'll look it up real quick.
His helmet is sick. I do really like his helmet.
Yeah, I like his helmet too.
The fire coming out of the thing, but I do think that we should have got a more brightly colored Aryan bright flame in general. And I wish he would have had his personal insignia.
Art. I don't know if I'm going to be able to narrow it down, but yeah, I that's a lot of art. Sorry.
I think it's
there's a consistent one that's coming up in results for me, at least.
It says look it up. It says,
I
thank
think
you. You got it
here. Is it this one? I think it's this one.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I can see it why they couldn't have done that on screen, but that looks pretty fucking cool. It does. I don't know about how practical though. Thank you, Neo, for the 50 Czechoslovakian pesos. Daniel Todd for 10 says, hi guys, I turned 28 yesterday to celebrate. I watched Farscape. Happy birthday. It's a good way to celebrate too, which is pretty good. Should I also start watching this as well? Yes. But keep watching Farscape. I mean, it's not as good as Fargate, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
It's pretty close. I'd say 7.5 out of 10. Rafe really drags it down with how annoying she is. The horse at the start of the flashback is one of the fakest things I've seen too.
The one that was on the dead
horse?
The dead one?
Yeah.
Did it look fake?
Can't believe they didn't kill that horse.
I didn't really notice, but I guess if you give it a good look, it probably looks fake. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I didn't give it a good look, but maybe I will in the second viewing. Thank you. Bonesaw is ready for 5. Mikey Gusler says, hey, Mahler. Since you went to the cinemas and saw Wuthering Heights, can you do a quick review and tell them you plan on doing an EFAP on it? He's laughing. Also, Rags don't know onions.
No, he doesn't. But
no, that was
as for we'd never do a fucking EFAP on Wuthering Heights. But I could tell you. So I sometimes drag my mother to see very bad films because I'm happy to have company. She's happy to check them out. It's very funny. It's having her watch something like Jurassic World Rebirth. of all things, because she doesn't even care about dinosaurs. So it's just funny to get reactions, which I did mention when the Snickers wrapper releases all of the dinosaurs. Even she was just like, "What the fuck?" I was just like, "Yeah." But this was what she was like, "I really want to see this," because she loves the book, and I was like, okay." And yeah, it's pretty awful. And what's really interesting is like all the people who love the book hate it. At least as I've seen on Twitter, they change a lot. It is very fucking weird to watch. I was expecting to get your standard sort of love story with maybe a few twists and turns. It's weird. I went over the plot with Fringy, and how would you describe it if you're there? Actually,
it just seems really like stupid and lame and weird and pointless.
Strange movie.
Yeah,
wouldn't recommend it.
No. My wife wanted to see it, but have fun. Have fun. Take one of your girlfriends. G Cools for $5 says, "What is Jon Snow's real name? There is no way his name is Aegon, right? Why would Rhaegar name both of his sons Aegon? Crap makes no sense." No, I don't think his name is Aegon. We don't know.
There's a lot of guesses. Jaehaerys is a popular guess.
Yep.
Night King. I think it would have named
Night
him that.
King. I think
Bob Targaryen.
I think there is a likely chance that Jon becomes the Night's King.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's likely, potentially, and that would be a rather bittersweet ending for Jon to follow in the footsteps of the 13th Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, and what we think anyway, and become the Night's King and save the entire world by sacrificing himself, even though he wouldn't die, but he would be sacrificing his life.
Kind of like Will Turner becoming the captain of the Dutchman.
Kind of, yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, how's that for a reference?
There you go. Ghost of Aces.
And if that was the case, Gary, then you would have somebody who is, in all likelihood, a fire white and an ice white.
And an ice white.
And the Song of Ice and Fire. I don't know.
I will never know. We'll never fucking know. Ghost of Aces for $5. The tension paid off in the battle we didn't get to see in place of the flashback that didn't have to be almost all of the episode. Did not have to be almost all of the episode. Incredible episode. So glad we have something actually good to watch amongst all the garbage being put out right now. Yeah, and it's almost over. Got one more episode to go. Obi-Wan can blow me for $2 says needed to see more of the other knights fighting. I think you'll probably hear that one a lot. Cape Gabe for $5 was worried about Girl Boss, but was relieved when Temu Zendaya received the ventilation. Otherwise enjoyed the episode. Yeah, that could have gone badly. I don't think it did. Not enough crossbows. And who?
Bro, I love this. Joffrey Epstein.
Okay.
Not enough crossbows and whores.
And whores. Okay.
Who oars?
Who oars? Who oars? Who oars? There was one. She was rooting for Dunk. She's cute too. A cute whore. She didn't have like no syphilis to be found.
Fandom comes up with. They think who's the whore, the redheaded whore from Game of Thrones? Roz. People are like, Roz is her descendants.
An unbroken line of lineage of whores.
Line of whores.
An honorable tradition.
Yes. Scruffy Pumpkin for $5. I'm surprised that they didn't mention they used the lances of peace while the other side used lances of war, especially because it's important in book 3.
Like I said, I would have really liked that they left that little part out of the strategy, which it might not seem like the end of the world, but I wish they would have put that in there.
Maybe they refer back to it in season 3. Love Mystery Night. That's a good story. Dunk's mail is very unrealistic, usually as usual for Hollywood. The lance, sure, but most of the knife/sword strikes shouldn't have penetrated, says Charles Zane for $4.99.
Well, a lot of them were pointed, and as Chad was saying, it's like they would have been like low damage ultimately, but still poked in and dealt something, maybe enough to make him bleed.
Yeah, I mean, for most things, I'm gonna highly question anything Shad ever says. But when it comes to depictions of armor and weaponry and stuff like that, I gotta go with him, like for that. So I don't know.
He'll do a video. Maybe he'll discover a bunch of flaws.
Yeah,
he's probably listening right now with his family. God, I gotta get back on. Hold my blueberries. Mexi Rage for $10 says, I love this episode showing how brutal and chaotic they showed the battle to not all be quick and precise, and that the fighters are all already tired because battle is exhausting. Might be Fargate level. Is it Fargate level, Mauler?
Not yet.
Yeah, let's not go crazy here.
It's crazy that like that's the first time Dunk has ever worn that armor.
Yeah.
Period.
And that is taken straight from the graphic novel. Like if you've seen the pictures of it. Yeah, the look. Yeah. Our Hilts hurt for $1.99. Love the ep and how long they kept on the helmets. That's a good point.
They kept them on for a while.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. That's for sure. Compared to just constantly taking these off nanotech helmets. Oh yeah, I love them.
Oh yeah. Great. Wait till you see Doomsday. And every time like Robert Downey Jr. talks, the Doom helmet will.
Oh God.
God. I heard the amount of actual acting he does in the movie. It's like stupid low.
They like
like most of his scenes are stuntmen in a mocap suit, and he's just standing off to the side.
It's sad, dude. Like when you make the comparison of, because they say this in whatever promotional shit. It's like, we used to have to be in these clunky suits and took ages to get in and out, and it's all this horrible shit and things would go wrong and break. But now it's so much easier because we wear a t-shirt and they can do it all in post. And it's like, yeah, man, that's great. It looks like shit.
Yeah.
Whereas Iron Man 1 still looks fucking great. It's like, it's so upsetting, but it's all right. Because I saw a BTS thing where you got Chris Hemsworth in the fat suit Thor walking out. You got Cap in the full outfit because all of that is allowed to be real. And then Robert Downey Jr. is walking out with his like trousers and a t-shirt with a bunch of white dots. And it's like, yeah. And you watch the movie, it's like, well, yeah, he's got the weird like muscle skin Iron Man suit. Do you remember when he suits up just before the Hulk does the snap?
Looks horrible.
It's like one of the worst looking things ever.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so sad.
Don't expect much different from this. I heard it's mostly mocap suits, and I think some idiot on Twitter posted like they're using a bunch of practical effects in Doomsday. And my buddy texted me right after he saw that. He's like, well, okay, the shield's real. That's about it. NTR Uncle for $5 says, wish the battle showed the other nights a bit more. I get why the flashback was there, but I wanted more Magor and Lionel. Fargate watch along when? Soon. I'm slowly building lore for Fargate.
Magor would have been a different trial by 7.
Yeah, Makar.
Maybe. In which 13 of the 14 people died.
Yeah. A lot of people died on that one. I wish we got more scenes with the other knights fighting. I'm sorry. I'm selfish. Really like the episode. Can't wait for the 6th. I can't either. You're not selfish. Fine.
Lionel Baratheon's spinoff coming soon, in which you get his perspective of the trial of 7.
Sweet.
I don't know.
I wouldn't be against that. I wouldn't be against the Lionel Baratheon show.
I think he works better like this. I think he would probably be a little much if we just saw Lionel Baratheon.
That's Baratheons for you.
And you never know. We could see him again someday, Ryan, if
well,
certain stories get written.
I think that would be like 20 years from
That's
now.
way down the road. Way down the road. Liked how Duncan isn't amazing at the fight at first. No, he's not. He's quite the opposite. Thank you, Mexi Rage. Mikey Gusler. Ryan, since you didn't have time to discuss, what are your thoughts on the Lucius Malfoy actor confirmed that he has multiple scenes in season 1, even though he wasn't in the first book? Gary, letter? Yes, letter. Real BBC. Tune in, Mikey.
I think it's bullshit, obviously, Mikey. In the same way, I don't want them adding stuff from other people's perspectives. We're talking a lot about this show and how it's almost religiously adhering to Dunk's perspective on everything. One of the great things about Harry Potter, the series, is that it is told from Harry's perspective. And you are learning everything in this world along with him. You are experiencing along with him. I don't want to see scenes of Draco and his daddy at home because as the audience member, you want to go into that experiencing it with Harry. It's why so much of this stuff is important. How you don't have context for so many things, and it really matters that you don't have context for things in the story. And I don't like that they're adding things that are outside of Harry's POV.
Here's a great example. The flashback that they put into this episode was Dunk, and it was about Dunk, and it was filling in some background with Dunk and Dunk only. You go and do a side scene of Lucius like beating Draco. When we start feeling sorry for Draco like too early, that fundamentally changes the story. It fundamentally changes the book. Draco's a little fucking asshole. I'm not gonna feel so. He's a fucking asshole, and that's all he needs to be. We don't need added, because if they're adding stuff, see, a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms novella, that like they're putting everything in from the novella aside from a couple of sentences.
And the couple sentences that they're missing are getting massive backlash because they
are. And Ira Parker, like to his credit, came out and said, apologized and said he should have put it in. And that's good enough, man. You never hear that. If you're adding stuff to Harry Potter in a show that's limited time, you're taking away something from the book that you should be putting in, because you know what? 10 episodes is probably barely, the first book is shorter, but you will still need all those 10 episodes to put all that stuff in. They're going to have to cut stuff out as time goes on.
I think they should have done 8 episodes for this, 8 episodes for Chamber.
Yeah.
8 to 10 for Prisoner, 12 for Goblet, 12 for Order. Like, I don't know though.
Yeah. They're going to be cutting stuff out, and like so much for that faithful adaptation. Right.
Yeah. I do love, just to circle back on the flashback and the get up and how important that was. I do at the very end when Baelor dies and falls in Dunk's arms, just like in the book when he's saying up and screaming up, kind of like he screamed up to thunder in the book.
Yeah.
He's yelling at Baelor to get up. Yeah.
Ghost of Aces for 10 says, thoughts on the flashback being split up across the battle. So we see more skirmishes, and as Dunk takes a strike to the head, another flashback until Arlan tells him get, so we can see any of the battle. The problem is that would disrupt the flow of the battle, going fast, slow, because the flashback is a buildup. So you would be taking away from the pacing of the battle. I'm sure they thought about it, but the way the battle is structured at the end, cutting it at all would take away from it.
The weirdest thing that I think is true about the way they did the flashback is the whole episode is chronological, as in you need all of those events in that order. That is how Dunk experienced all of that. We just get the full, like, he would have experienced it as thoughts, memories, flashbacks happening very fucking quickly, but we saw the context. So it's like you need it in that order. I don't know, just flashing in and out of the fight, it would be tough to make that work.
It would have to be a different series of flashbacks. I actually think that could work, but it would have to be different than the flashback we saw. Like if it was different training elements with Arlan over time, like that is something that I think could work in the battle. But if it's a story of him as a boy and what his life was before Arlan, what happened with Arlan, and him making that decision, the flashback we saw, I don't think could be split up like that. Because imagine if we had 5 minutes of Dunk prying shoes off. His friend shows up. They go and like they put the thing on the counter to sell the horseshoes, and then the fight starts again. Like people like that wouldn't make any sense to me.
Yeah, as an
But
editor,
I do think there's a way you could do it if the flashbacks were different.
If the flashbacks are paced different to match the pacing of the final battle, which is brutal, chaotic. So the flashbacks would have to match that. If I was in the editing room, I wouldn't know where to stop the battle to go into another flashback. It wouldn't match anything from the early one at all. But yeah. I knew Dunk lived, but this episode still had me on the edge of my seat during the fight. For those complaining, if Rafe was a girl boss, she wouldn't have died the way she did, and the battle was meant to be from Dunk's POV. Says Gunslinger for 1999. Thank you, Dunk. Gunslinger. Crazy. They just shoot this flashback in LA as is. I mean, yeah.
At a homeless
they need to for a studio, they just could have gone to Skid Row, Maxi Rage, and would have looked like Flea Bottom for sure. I realize that all 7 civil wars from the 7 kingdoms are all based on bastardry. Dance, all 5 Blackfires, and the War of the 5 Kings. Fucking bastards causing trouble all the time.
Well, I mean, there have been others that aren't even fought over bastards. I mean, look at after Aegon dies and what happens with Maegor and stuff like that. And that's not really a full-blown war necessarily, but it's all about who gets to take over.
Mm-hmm. Our hilts hurt for $4.99 says, I was surprised Sir Arlan didn't use the secret 18-inch weapon during the fight. Just the sight of it strikes fear in the hearts of men.
And women, probably.
And women. The Catholicus for $10 says, man, they always kill off my favorite character. RIP to Baelor. The only one in that family with honor. Now the father and drunken son will make life hard for Dunk and Egg and the rest of the gang. We'll have to see.
We'll have to see how it plays out. I think we often maybe think that all Targaryens are just absolute shit, and that's not really the case. I don't think Baelor's the only honorable Targaryen, but
Jon's okay.
The reason he's portrayed as so perfect is because his purpose is to die like this, just in the overall scheme of the narrative. But I love Baelor a lot.
Okay. Egg's okay.
Egg seems like a pretty good Targaryen. Darren, I mean, is he a drunk? Yeah. He also has these visions that are driving him crazy. He still seems like he's nice. Like his brother really likes him. Egg really likes Darren. Darren, he regrets his decision to go with his brother and accuse Dunk, and he lays down in the middle of the battle. Darren seems okay,
Shad's gone. Shad, why would you live in a country with plants that have tiny silicone murder needles?
I'm not actually sure what that's referencing specifically. Is that because the gimpy, that's the plant that you got to watch. I say watch out for. It's not something you're likely to encounter, but yeah, that one's pretty.
What's it? Is it like a cactus? What's it do?
I believe I think there's like the story goes that there was a guy who needed to take a poop and he used the plant as sort of a toilet paper and that was a bad decision. Ooh. It's like it's just like some kind of leaf that like if you touch it is intensely painful.
It's like poison ivy.
Really.
It's like wiping your ass with poison ivy.
But worse than that. I mean, the one that's
not a good way to go.
I remember was just the platypus. The male platypus has like I don't know what you describe it. He can jab you with it. It's on the arm, and if he does jab you with it, that shit is just, you almost like say goodbye to your arm. Not like it's gonna fall off, but it's not gonna work anymore, pretty much, because of how painful and how much swelling is gonna be caused by that. As I understand it, morphine just is ineffective as a pain reliever for that. So yeah, you gotta watch out.
What made your country this way?
I mean, we say this, but we don't have like grizzly bears or lions or anything. Like the largest thing here is a dingo. It's a dog. That's like the largest thing that you're gonna have to worry about, and you don't have to worry about it really. It's just spiders and snakes and stuff. That's the main thing.
Colin Walker for $1.99 says, "I'm just happy the flashback wasn't the whole episode." Well, me too. Me too.
Crocodiles. Well, yeah, but where are you actually going where you're just going to regularly encounter crocodiles? They're not everywhere. They're all way up north where, oh yes, that's right. You just find them in all I mean, sharks and stuff, but sharks are everywhere as well.
That's how people think alligators are here in Florida. I've never seen one.
Well,
I was going to ask you that
if you go way up north, like in the Northern Territory, yeah, there are big saltwater crocodiles you got to watch out for. But like, it's not like there are any in Sydney or anything. Like, you'll be fine. It's really not that bad.
They're just fucking walking down the street. They're on the bus with you. Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
I haven't seen an armadillo, so
I'd like to see an armadillo. They look cool.
Yeah. I've seen dead ones, but I haven't seen a live one.
Oh, no, yeah, then that's less cool.
Kyle Vernon for $10 says, "I really disliked how they turned King's Landing into Dublin. Every young dunk had an accent, completely took me out of the show. Maybe you don't have to the ear to tell the difference, but it was jarring. I don't have the ear to tell the difference."
His accent was different. The kids, it was
the kids was okay, yeah.
But not enough to like ruin it for me or anything.
You mean like young Luffy, who spoke like the King's English in One Piece live action season 1, and then
I don't remember that.
Got
actually.
a heavy Spanish accent towards when he grew up. Yeah, that's
out in like a month, isn't it? Season 2. Hope that's good.
NTR Uncle for $2. The show needs more Poochie. Just saying.
True.
Roundira the Cruel. People who say she is a DEI girl boss are retarded. She's not a DEI. She would have lived. She would have lived. And Ryan said she would have sent him on his way to knighthood. She would say, I specifically need you to squire for a young future king and become a king's guard.
Go find a man with an 18-inch dick and squire for him so you can be a knight. I totally agree. Like if that was her use as a plot device, and if she had killed those guys or saved Dunk or whatever, I would be all in on this is stupid. I just didn't get that from the flashback. But that's me.
I'll give you an example of a girl boss. End of Star Trek Discovery season 2. They bring in Spock, and they make Michael Burnham, a black female, his foster sister that he never mentioned ever again because he can't, because she is classified information in Starfleet. That's their excuse. In their final talk together, she's about to go forward in time, and she looks at Spock and she goes, "You need to find," she basically tells him to find Captain Kirk. She goes, "Find someone who's opposite to you, who can guide you to be more human and Vulcan." And then he looks back at her and goes, "You made me the Vulcan I am." That's some girl boss shit. And that happened in Star Trek Discovery season 2. 88 El Guapo for 50. I couldn't have been more satisfied with how the whole chaos of the trial played out in terms of emotional beats in the storytelling. Thought the moment with Baelor would happen earlier next episode. So did I, until we saw like the 5 minutes that were left, and I was like, oh shit. Thanks, brother.
And I think again, Claffey's acting in that last part, when Baelor dies, it's just great. Ultimately, it probably does work best that he dies at the end of this. I thought they would hold on to it just because they don't have much for the next episode. But I get it.
I mean, I don't want to say. There's a couple things they can add on to be fine. Especially between Dunk and another character, we'll say. A little conversation Dunk has with another character. No one is living Dunk's injuries in real life. Just saying.
I love that we've got, hey, that armor, nothing would get by that armor. That's bullshit. And then on the other side, we have, there's no way Dunk would have lived through that.
Well, I'll get the science team
crazy.
But this is like, I would say, aside from thinking, I think Timu Zendaya is pretty funny nickname, to be honest with you. Aside from thinking she's a girl boss, I think all the other arguments are pretty fucking normal fan discussions, and it's nice to have those, to be honest with you, and not be arguing about some fat Starfleet officer eating her comm badge. All I'm saying is he got hit in the head, KO'd enough to split up the flashback between those moments and show the fight scenes in the process. I think what Ryan said makes sense. If the flashbacks were different, because of the pacing, if once you go back, if you watch it again, if you're so inclined, Ghost of Aces, I think you'll see that would be very difficult to intercut with the flashback that was in the beginning. I guarantee you they thought about it.
I think your idea is cool. For different flashbacks.
For different flashbacks.
If instead it was different times with him as Sir Arlan Squire when he was telling him different things, or Dunk was asking him about battles or something, and I think you could do something like that, 100%.
The flashback worried me at first, but once Arlan showed up to get better, it got better. By the time the battle continued, I was hooked. They added a lot more than the source material. Definitely not bad episode. Great night. I agree. Thank you for $1.99. For $9.99. Sorry. Sir Tank in the Tall from Nail Driver. Been a member for 17 months. Thank you. Comic Raptor for $2. Wish we got a shot of Darren lying in the mud.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
That would have been good. Darren, who said, I'll just lay in the mud after I get hit once. Just don't,
and him just laying there and his eyes open, and he's hoping he doesn't get trampled by a horse or something.
Yeah.
I
would have been cool
done.
with
that. Was there by the end? I don't think there was many horses running around. Lots of dead horses. I don't like that. I don't like dead horses. A lot of people missed the Prince hit to the head. It was fast.
Yeah.
It was fast. I was watching with Mahler. I just went, oof. I think that was it, but I wasn't sure. I have to go back.
It happens quick. Yeah. Look, the battle is chaotic as fuck. Not in hey, it's so dark on your television you can't watch, but is chaotic as fuck in terms of all the stuff that's going on. When Arian slams him with the Morning Star, there's a point at which I think Raymond might come by and hit Arian during their fight as well. Which Dunk could have got fucking killed right then, right there. I love Maekar coming by. Maekar just smashes Dunk in the head at one point. Dunk took a lot of shots real quick.
Dunk's John Walker moment from Roger Sam. John Walker did nothing wrong, Roger.
Justice for Walker.
Justice for Walker. I wish we got to see the other characters fight. You're telling me we couldn't see the Laughing Storm laugh at Raymond taking on his cousin? It would have been funny.
Some of these things I could tell, because we already know that the level of consideration they had for the source. They probably did think about it, and then they were they may have tried to fit it, and it didn't work. At least that's what they thought.
Mm-hmm.
I could totally imagine it too with the tone of this sequence. It doesn't play the same in the book. No. Exactly the same.
And be prepared in future seasons. these are character pieces. These are not set up for big battles. There's fights, but there's nothing like huge. And these are mostly just following Dunk through these little well, next season it's like it's not even really a castle he's at. It's a knight who's been stripped. It's a lord who's been stripped of everything. And I think it's gonna be good though.
Because of stuff involving the Blackfire
Blackfire Rebellion. Yep.
Because of stuff involving the Blackfire Rebellion. And
So I think we get a ton of flashbacks of the Blackfire Rebellion in the next one because it's got everything to do with it. And they're in
would it be cool to get Lionel Baratheon, fighting a bunch, and to get Stefan and Raymond fighting a bunch? Yeah, it would be. I really liked what we got, and I liked how specifically tied in you are to what Dunk is feeling and going through in the moment throughout the entire thing. I really enjoy it.
You're going to get a big old battle at the beginning of House of the Dragon season 3.
A fucking crazy
please
one.
Be good, please be good, please be good, please be good.
Yeah, whatever happens in the series, you're getting the craziest battle you'll see in all of Game of Thrones if they do it correctly. Because there's fucking dragons flying everywhere. It's a battle at sea. It's fucking nuts. So we'll see if they pull it off. I hope it's good too. Coopster 73 for $10. Dunk reminds me of Rocky. He fought men who was trained better than him. He had more heart. Reminds me of when Mickey told him to get up. I need another episode. That's a good one.
We got one more.
You got one more coming up. Thanks, Fringy. I was going to ask Chad to translate kilos to units that a country that has successfully landed equipment on another planet uses.
I mean, I don't need to make it into competition. You want to have that conversation about the metric system versus whatever yours is.
Dude, we tried. Right. We tried. Ryan was too young, but back in the 70s, they really did. They were going to do the full conversion, and they had us doing it in school. And being the Americans we were, we fully rejected it.
The things I see people say to explain Fahrenheit and why it makes more sense than Celsius is pretty funny, honestly.
What do you mean? Hot is hot.
Well, just like these weird sort of. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. 0 means freezing. 100 means boiling.
It is.
Pretty straightforward. Then 32 degrees means cold. So if it's lower than that, it's really cold.
So for the cold temperatures, Fringy, you got me. I'm right there with you. When it gets hot and you say it's it's boiling. It's 42,
33 out.
33. It's like
I actually think Celsius makes a ton of sense from a scientific perspective. 0 is the point at which liquid turns to a solid. 100 is the point at which it turns into a gas. Totally makes sense in my mind. For human beings referencing the temperature, kind of think Fahrenheit makes more sense. I think 0 to 100 are kind of like the ranges at which you can fucking survive.
I guess, the thing is if you're talking about weather, I guess I could maybe see that. But there's heaps of stuff that you're dealing with that, cooking, right? Like even stuff like that, cooking, preparing food, you're going to be dealing with temperatures.
Well, if everybody was using the same system, it would be fine. If it was one or the other committed to, everyone would just.
Because it would be relative at that point. It would be
boring.
No, I'm not saying that's if everyone spoke the same language, a lot of problems would be solved, but we probably shouldn't force that.
I think it create more.
If we all spoke the same language,
I think it would all create. Yeah, I think that would create.
Yeah, so then the illegal Mexicans would actually hear what I said about them.
Haven't you read Hitchhiker, Mahler? The Babel fish translated every universal language, and it caused more and bloodier wars than anything in creation.
I also saw Fargate, where it brought galactic peace. So
we need to.
That was until the cosmic god showed up, but okay, whatever.
We need to have these differences so that I can know that, 9 divided by 5 plus 32. That's how I do the equation. That's how I get the difference. So I can know that 2.54 centimeters equals an inch. Like, what point is there for me to know these things and have this knowledge in my head if everybody's used the same shit?
Oh, I see. So it means that you can have sort of a monopoly, not necessarily, but you get to know things that people don't. I can convert these things, and you can't.
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know what a kilogram is, but I know what a kilo is.
Well, that to me that feels like it's a killer argument. A kilogram of water is a liter. Like that, it just translates so well to these other metrics that you might need. Like, I don't know, man. It's a good system, all right. That's all I'm saying.
I know that there's 3.92 liters in a gallon. Why do I need to fucking know any of that other shit?
That's yeah, that's a fair point.
Chat got it. Thank you, mate.
This reminds me of people who say I can shoot just fine on controller. I don't need a mouse and keyboard.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Yeah, most of my math was learned through drugs. Just gonna be real. Okay. Oh, by the way, hottest temperature ever recorded on Earth. What sounds better? 56 Celsius, Ryan, or 134 Fahrenheit?
134, definitely.
There you go. That ends the argument. Obi-Wan can blow me for $2 says, could Baelor have lived if he was in his own armor?
Maybe.
Possible.
Maybe.
It was still a pretty big hit he took. Like a big chunk of his skull was missing. So, but ooh, God, that's gonna have repercussions. Oh, what could have been, Ryan? What could have been? So much shit goes down after this that could have been avoided if somebody sane was on the throne.
It could have been, but with that being said, without, I guess, talking too much, Maekar, we have a certain perception of Maekar based on the way that he's acted, and I think it's an okay perception. I think there's a couple different ways that this can go, that this moment can go, that Maekar hitting him and killing his brother, it can kind of put your life in two directions.
Yeah, that's a life-changing moment.
It's a very defining moment, and we'll see which way Maekar goes.
And this is, yeah. And they play.
Maekar, we've seen that Maekar might not be like the best dad, especially saying I'll fucking kill Darren if he doesn't ride in this tournament. Right? He seems a little demanding and like but a lot of that is because of his ego at the way that he is perceived because of Baelor. And he holds a lot of resentment for Baelor. Not because
and his brother,
but just because his brother's constantly overshadowing him.
Yep. And his brother, Maekar. That was.
And they didn't even pronounce his name right. Maekar, or whatever they say.
Book of Grudges for $10 says, for Sir Arlan of Pennytree, not a great man, but a good one. And sometimes just maybe that means more.
Oh, that pronunciation, right? I thought it was interesting. I went back to the scene in Game of Thrones. I was curious in season 1 where Aemon talks about his family. He says Micah.
There's been 3 different pronunciations. People have said Maekar, and Mekar. They can't even get it right. His own family calls him different things. But yeah.
That's kind of real, though.
I think it's very real because even in today's society with social media and everything, people mispronounce famous people's names constantly. Now, would your family have different pronunciations? I don't know about that part.
We do. I mean, extended family, but we do.
Yeah.
Yeah. There are people who call it Buchler, but it's supposed to be Beekler within our family.
And some people say Gary instead of Gary.
Gary.
And some people say architecture instead of architecture.
Reminiscent. It's reminiscent.
I screwed it up. It infected my mind.
Blitzkrieg.
Blitzkrieg. Yeah. Posthumous. Posthumous.
She got it all figured out, though. Don't worry. She's on the case.
Baelor, the brain damaged, R.I.P. This is Corvo the Crow. Rest in peace. The king who never was. Ghost of Aces for $5. The desperation to get to his son was so believable, and I think that was the moment Baelor's helm got caved. I could be wrong, but I think it was. That would be a good moment to have it.
I think that was when his visor got broken.
Okay.
I think that's when his helmet got smashed in the front, which very well could have disrupted the integrity of it. You know,
Mhm.
What's
could've
really
happened.
solid is just it's the heat of the battle, and he actually is like
Thank you,
concerned his son could die, so get out of my way. It kind of justifies everything at that point.
Lebo and Triri for 10 Canadian pesos. Great episode. My son liked that Dunk used Arian's shield more than his own. Yes. Civil War scene. Something Mahler's.
Which
just watched
you
a
know,
little
obviously
bit
this
of-
it's just like the book that was written well before that movie, but it still made me think of the same thing. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, of course. And plus, we just watched a bit of it.
we did.
We did. I got to watch the whole damn thing now. You son of a bitch. I ain't got time for that. Mega Bay Blade Maniac for $5 says, man, a bunch of overly offended reactionary losers in the chat. The episode was good. Politic brained weirdos are annoyed on the left and the right. Are people I don't even know how you could get anything political out of this episode, like at all. There's nothing.
Badass DEI girl boss ruined the show, Gary.
She got her throat slit.
Well,
I feel like the universe punished her point of view, if you know what I mean. Like, it just felt to me like Dunk learned a bunch from her of what not to do.
Yeah, make criticisms of the show, the pacing, whatever you like. It's not woke in any fucking way. I think that's why a lot of people gravitate to this story above all of, there are, Shad's mentioned it, and this is true. Because I remember selling the graphic novel in my shop, and people were just saying, "No, I read this. I don't read A Song of Ice and Fire. This is the only story I like." I heard that a lot. So, ask Beardo about blowing horns. From should I pronounce Orgigantin? I'm going to say Orgigantin. Orgigantin. Thank you for being a member for 36 months. Texas A&M. I don't care about college football. So go. I don't know if I'm supposed to hate him because I'm close to Austin, and that's where University of Texas is. Did you know that George once said that Jamie would? Did he really say this? I had to go check on that because
I've heard a million people repeat this, and it's retarded if he said that.
I can't imagine. George has read Lord of the Rings.
The only reason I think people would ever say this is because they think of Aragorn as guy with sword in Lord of the Rings films who has trouble sometimes taking out an orc or an urukai. Like, Lurtz, for example. It's like, well, if he's having trouble there, then I think Jamie is going to dominate him. And it's like, you're not, that's not the...
George just said, now, one thing I can absolutely confirm that George said is that Gandalf should have died. And that's fucking stupid. It's utterly
Gandalf
fucking
the Grey,
stupid.
Gandalf the White are not the same characters.
Yeah.
George is like, yeah, you shouldn't bring characters back to life.
Yeah, even if they're immortal
funny,
beings of, like immortal beings
and then
from
Jon
an
Snow's gonna
ethereal
come back to
realm,
life.
it's like, come on. They're angels, for Christ's sake. He's an angel. So he said, George once said Jamie would be Aragorn in a fight. No, Jamie would be his prison bitch. Like, it wouldn't even be close. Aragorn could.
Did you see
Aragorn's not human.
He's not human. He would be anybody. Yeah.
They had, it was like an AI image, and it had every character from both franchises, and it's like, who wins in a universe war? And there was a comment that says like one Balrog would clear all of Westeros. It's not even
pretty
like
much.
a fight.
It's kind of how a Balrog is basically a dragon, like, you know what I mean?
But way more powerful than the dragons of the Westeros. We talked about this, I think, with House of the Dragon. It's like the different. It's not supposed to be some kind of like, Tolkien wins because he made them more powerful. It's just like, no, this is just how the universes work. This is the mechanics as described. You can't win Westeros over Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings has got way more powerful shit in it.
Yeah, the power scales are crazy. The dragons would kill the fucking dragons of of Planetos. Yeah. I don't know if he actually said it though, but if he did, that's fucking retarded. Also, will it take one stream to EFAP to cover the whole show or not? I'm going to say more than one.
Well, altogether it's about a longish movie, right? So
it's the fact that the episodes are pretty short and there's only 6 of them. I think it's not going to be like fucking Stranger Things where it took like 3 episodes.
However, I know these guys, and it's going to be 2 episodes. It's going to be 2.
Needed 2 episodes to cover movies before, so
because they're all going to like it and they're going to gush over it, and it's going to be 2 fucking EFABs. I'm calling it right now, and it's okay.
You're allowed.
I want 2 EFABs. You're allowed. With the ship of Thesis equivalent in Flea Bottom just be the Cauldron of Brown?
Yes.
Cauldron of Brown.
When is it a new brown or an old brown? You'll never know.
You never know. Oh, no. Please don't kill me. No. Cries. Mexi Rage for $2. A lot of glazing from you guys tonight. Loving the show so far, but the episode was not great. They cucked Dunk for no benefit and did Baelor dirty. The flashback was 5 times too long, and they are turning Egg into a baby Yoda.
What? Which one? There's too many things at once. Did Baelor dirty? Really?
If people think the flashback is long, they think the flashback is long.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't get any of the rest of that.
Okay,
Baby
so the rest
Yoda.
of it is they cucked Dunk because he was in love with a girl when he was a boy, and they were alone on the streets of basically hell. And then she got her throat slashed for being a fucking retard.
and then we see Dunk in the first actual fight as the 90s ever been in, completely outmatched in terms of training and all the disadvantages. They have to knight somebody to just have enough people to get on the team who's never done anything either. And Dunk somehow comes out of that victorious.
Unbelievable.
I think Dunk's awesome in this.
Yeah.
Did Baelor dirty. Baelor is tragic, but Baelor sacrificed his life to help protect Dunk and someone who is doing the right thing.
He's got barely any screen time. He's considered a legend by anybody who knows this story.
Yeah. I don't get it, but
that's exactly how it happens in the book, and the book is pretty universally loved by people who read it. Egg being Baby Yoda. I mean, thank you for the $20, but Baby Yoda is a dog shit character who eats fucking frog eggs, who can't even fucking talk. He's not even a character. You're right. He's just a cutesy little puppet. Egg is a fully fleshed out character that wait till you see future seasons, but I think he's well established. We still got one more episode. They really the chemistry between those 2 actors is like unheard of, that they found a kid actor and a relatively unknown adult actor who work so well together and will probably get nominated for awards for this.
There was a really great moment where they do the reference to the dogs, and he feigns the barking sort of thing, and then as soon as Dunk turns around to leave, his Egg's face drops. It's like, you good, it's gonna be great, and then it's like you get this sense of, oh god, I don't know if he's gonna be able to do this, like this. And getting Egg's reactions throughout the whole thing, and then him being part of the series of motivations to get Dunk back up. He's so well served in this episode. Like, the idea is Baby Yoda. I can't think of any connection.
No. Even the stuff with Thunder from early on, training Thunder for Thunder to go, and then Thunder goes when he needs to, even though Dunk's kind of panicking in the moment. I don't get it.
That's wild.
That's wild, Gary.
That's wild. George R. Martin did indeed say that Jaime Lannister could beat Aragorn in a fight, arguing that Jaime is one of the greatest swordsmen in fantasy fiction, while Aragorn is more of a ranger / leader. George, shut the fuck up and finish your fucking book.
Why? It's like rage bait. It's like, why would you say this? Because he's read Lord of the Rings, right? So he knows better than that.
Could Jaime Lannister beat one Ringwraith?
I don't think so.
No.
We're dealing with different...
No.
I don't even know if Jaime, prime Jaime as we see him in the show, could beat Barristan Selmy.
Yeah.
Yeah, we haven't even figured. Why are we treating Jaime as though he's the peak of the Game of Thrones universe?
He's
That's not even
a
confirmed.
great knight in Westeros. When he has both hands, he is considered completely deadly. And who would the only two alive that could maybe take him on would be the Red Viper and Barristan Selmy.
The Mountain. If he had to fight the Mountain, that'd be rough. Jaime specifically says that he like says something like only two or three people.
Yes, he does.
And I don't think he names them.
No.
So you can kind of draw your own conclusions. But yeah,
I think Jaime could take the Mountain. I do. If he's
Well,
smart.
you probably. That's some of the things you just reminded me of when I love the show. Jamie's like, so impressed with the Viper when he's watching him fight the Mountain. He's like really happy with it. It's just fucking cool.
The thing is, I don't know if Jaime would be able to go up against the Mountain. I think Oberyn's perfect because of his use of the spear.
Yeah.
And because he has that reach advantage and everything. I don't think we know too much about Jaime's proficiency with other weapons. So if he's just going against the Mountain with a sword, I don't know if Jaime is able to make it out.
Well, Jaime's a bit of a dirty fighter, so
which is going up against the Mountain.
See, these are the conversations you have to have about the power levels for the Game of Thrones characters. You can't move them into Lord of the Rings. It doesn't work, especially with elves or Numenorians. There's lots of
and the Mountain beat Galadriel. Yeah.
Gandalf versus Hot Pie.
Oh fuck! I'm taking Hot Pie. Okay, on that one, I'll take Hot Pie. Can't blame Makar. He had Baelor and Lionel on his ass. He was swinging for the fences. Yeah. Oh yeah. Carver the Crow. He's yeah. You'll see next episode. Kind of a dick, but you might find a soft spot in your heart for him a little bit. It wouldn't have been nice to have. It would have been nice to have more interactions between Dunk and Arlan. At least more than Dunk just sheepishly following behind. I thought that was impactful though.
It just feels like that's the beginning of his journey, right? Moving out of Flea Bottom.
Yep.
He's still not quite ready. Doesn't know what's happening.
I think we're gonna get a little more with him and Sir Arlan in the next one. I don't know. I don't think it changes the way I feel about this specific episode, whether we do or not. That's just what I think. I could see a minute here, a minute there that could have been shaved from the flashback,
Well, correct me if I'm wrong. I need to see it again, but it was kind of like a musical montage, borderline, because he was doing the Dothraki singing. It was passing through all the different scenes, so showing us a lot of time passed of him keeping up and not quite having the the guts to ask or to demand or anything. He just keeps following him. And then having Arlan sort of notice, but also showing just how much it feels to me like they were trying to say this connection almost didn't happen for a million reasons, but it did.
And the key words were get up. And we're getting more next episode. I promise you, we're getting more with him and Arlan. Get up, you son of a whore, because Egg loves you, says Joffrey Epstein for $1.99. Epstein. It might be my new favorite account. Ghost of Aces for $5. Dunk's actor showed so much range here. He needs to be in more stuff. He's pretty good.
I don't want him to be in anything else. I just want him to play Dunk for the next 20 years. So
he's going to be getting offers though.
People are here complaining about race swap when Rafe is literally her name in the book.
He says just a name in the book. There's people that are saying it's a race swap. There's people that are saying it's a gender swap. Dunk at one point, I don't remember his Mystery Knight or Sworn Sword, Gary, but he talks. I had some friends in Flea Bottom, and their names are like Pudding, Rafe, and Fletch or something.
Yeah, we don't know if they're boys or girls.
We don't have any other descriptions other than Rafe was faster than any girl in Flea Bottom. I think that's a line.
There's a lot of connotations.
Yeah. So I don't think we've heard too much about Rafe.
Ghost of Aces says a shot like that gave me epilepsy, but caved in the heir of the Iron Throne's head. Does that make me heir now? Maybe. At least you didn't get you didn't have an epileptic shock from Starfleet Academy, which had a warning before the show. Had a warning about flashing lights and not actually watching the show. I think we see the blow to Baelor's head, and it came after Arian yielded. Thank you for the 50 Swedish krona. Oh boy, how am I supposed to pronounce this name? Havat Trodu. Havat Trodu. That's worse than Welsh. Thanks, though. Corvo the Crow for $9.99. Phenomenal episode. 10 out of 10. House of the Dragon writers should take notes on how to adapt properly. That said, I want to see an old Mormon wielding Longclaw with the OG bear pummel with the winter wolves.
I don't know if it would be likely to get a Mormont in the story until She-Wolves of Winterfell gets written. Because it's not often you're just going to see random people. Like, you're not going to see random people in the north floating around down, near Highgarden or something. You know what I mean? So for a small tournament like this in general. But yeah, maybe at some point.
Ghost of Aces for $5. Shad's executioner sword is half as heavy as Arlan's hog.
Yeah.
Sure.
Which king a wuss, according to Shad? Flail loser. Yeah, I guess. Good point.
He had a sword too, though.
Yes, he did. I just finished reading Project Hail Mary about 10 minutes ago. Oh my God, so good. Hope the film lives up. Same here, Mike Steele. It's a good book. Flashback could have been intercut in the previous episodes to make a mini story each episode, like in the extended cut of Watchmen, the Black Frigate. Maybe.
Back to that super chat that was about House of Dragon writers take note. I agree. I will also say this is way easier to adapt than House of the Dragon. House of the Dragon is about a 25-page entry in a essentially history of Westeros with no dialogue almost at all. And it's tough because I think they did a really good job with the adaptation in season 1. And all the Viserys stuff is completely House of the Dragon writers that made all that shit up. Yeah. Like the character arc that we get with Viserys, the walk across, like that is all Hot D writers. That is not from the book in any way. And they did all that. Season 2 left a lot to be desired. So we'll see what happens for season 3.
We will see. This episode elevates all characters. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you. Thank you for the 20 Mexican dollars. Mason Ripton 2574 for $4.99. The fact that Lord Baelor died and Arian Brightflame lived. F word. Just fuck
word.
Fuck word. But such a good show. So happy we've gotten something to enjoy. God bless. Right back at you. Thank you. I was looking forward to this, and I can't wait for next week. And then it's shit. I don't know. This episode is The Empire Strikes Back of A Night of the Seven Kingdoms. So J.H. Padilla. Hail, brother. Thank you. People mad that Dunk got kicked around are crazy. He is a novice in the first nightly combat. What did you expect? Him to kill everyone first try? Imperial Fist stand. Yeah, he's lucky he's alive.
He also won.
And he also won. That's a good point. He did
like
win.
This is maybe it's like, look, a lot of people complain that Superman got his ass kicked in Superman. I think that there maybe are some people that win in this and just think that Dunk's fucking awesome and he's a fucking badass and he's a great fighter and he should be super good at this, and he's not. And he is even incredibly nervous throughout this entire series anytime he thinks he has to go to the tilt. He's throwing up before because he thinks it's his time to fight that day. He is not very confident in his own abilities. He gets asked by Baelor, "Are you a good knight?" He's like, "Well, I trained with Sir Arlan," but he doesn't. He's not like, "I'm good at this. I'm really good." He's not. He's never really done this before.
Well, Superman was active for 3 years before we joined him.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
And he
That
has
ain't a short amount of
superpowers.
time, by the way, fellas. 3 years.
No. Johnny Pretzels for $10 says, felt like the flashback was great development for why Dunk was so gung-ho to hop into action over the puppet girl after watching his OG chick die. Yep.
But she did get OJ'd.
She did. She did.
She did.
She did.
You seen those crime pictures? Those crime scene photos? She got OJ'd.
Yeah.
That fucking story is insane. How did that
Unfortunately,
happen?
I did see those pictures.
The first time I saw those pictures, one of the only times in my life I've ever been sick to my stomach. Pretty graphic.
Really graphic. Rezi reminds me of Rachel Zegler. Rafe?
Rezi.
I mean, I don't know. A lot of people have been saying that. A less annoying. I haven't seen her on the red carpet talking shit. Now, if Snow White had met her end the same way in the movie, I probably would have liked it. So, don't understand the hate at all. This episode was the culmination of Dunk's journey as a man. First quiet endurance, then frantic brutality. You need both to be to complete the picture. Love this set. Seth Cruz, hail. Thank you for the $9.99. I agree. Noah Pender for $5 says, just for your information, for the smooth brains, fights like this don't last that long. They do not. Long-time watcher, first super chatter. All right, there we go. This stream is better than the show. Y'all could do a similar stream rewatching Game of Thrones. I'd love to hear your full book spoiler commentary and discussion, how the show could have been better. Hail. We did a lot for the last season.
A lot of people did.
Unfortunately, we can't do the book spoiler discussions for the last, I don't know, 3 seasons of Game of Thrones.
Yeah, we can't. I wished Toad Sage. Thank you for the $19.99. Appreciate it. Mahler and I did a lot of streaming on that back in the day. That's how we met.
We even iconically had moments of people saying, hang in there. These episodes are solid. They're looking good, including, but not limited to, episodes 3 and 4. There were some people who even dealt with 5, but when 6 happened, it was just, that's it. That's how it ends, and it all came crashing down. But man, yeah, because it was Wolf that wanted me to see The Long Night, because I didn't watch it like immediately. I was busy or asleep or whatever. That I was just, he was like, it like finished because we were silent watching it. I think and he was just like, "What did you think?" And I was like, with that, I think we had to go through it like scene by scene. It's just like, what is happening?
I'll never forget the stream with Cecil.
He's a force of nature.
She was a quiet assassin with the assassin's blade. It's like, what the fuck are you talking
He's a
about?
force of nature. You can't fight that in a fair fight.
Dude, Ryan, this one's good. Mason Rifton for $1.99. I blame the Iron Bankers for Baelor's.
Could be.
Oh, dude.
Could be. The amount of new Dunk theories we have over the past couple days are crazy as well.
Who's the Nick Fuentes of Westeros?
I don't know.
I have to think about that a little bit.
Peter Baelish is definitely the Diddy.
Yeah, he's the Diddy. He's the Epstein, the Diddy, all wrapped in one. Dirt is king.
Who would the Walder Frey of our world be?
God. Whoever you pick is like,
I mean, I guess like Al Pacino has like a bunch of kids. He's got really young wives and shit. But I don't know. There's got to be somebody that better. I don't know.
I'd have to give it some thought.
Somebody said Eddard Stark is Nick Fuentes.
Oh boy.
You want me to go down and be Hand of the King? You're only going to deal with those Lannisters who only care about gold? Are you serious?
Dirt is King for $10. It was good, but understand the people who thought the flashback could have been shorter. I do. Sir Arlan taught Dunk to just fight like Jason Voorhees because the old knight and Dunk was just indomitable. Indomitable. Those are big words. Dirt King, thank you for the $10. Glad I made it through that.
Indominus Rex.
Indominus. I wouldn't toss the whole flashback, but edit Rafe scenes more tightly since she's just a plot device. Didn't need them walking back to Flea Bottom. Bonesaw is ready.
I want to know if there's something I'm missing in that sequence because they focus on the shield and the standard, and I'm so unfamiliar with what that standard is. The only lamb and chalice that I know of is Stokeworth, and I just don't know. I feel like I am missing something that is supposed to be a lore, like important lore wise, that I don't know.
We'll have to check in with Alt Shift and Glidus.
Yeah,
they'll have to fill me in. I don't.
They will have the answer.
They will have the answer. John gets because otherwise that just the only other purpose that walking down the road from King's Landing was just like was pretty much starting the discussion of we've got to leave, basically, you know.
Yeah, King's Advisor says thanks, Ryan. I spent like an hour looking for the maps for that house. So the Stokeworth house, I believe, is represented. It's a green field, and it's a lamb like holding a golden chalice. This was a green field with a golden chalice with a lamb inside it. Now, there are also, potential like Christian themes with that, because somehow that's how like the Holy Grail is defined. Like a chalice with a lamb, the Lamb of God, the blood of Christ in a chalice, things like that have been associated with Holy Grail. But I don't understand. If it is Stokeworth, I don't understand what the importance is. So I'm not sure.
I mean, it doesn't feel like they put a lot of thought in this show, and it doesn't feel like it was just some random thing. Oh, you're showing
focused on the shield, very much so. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, that is definitely supposed to be Stokeworth. It's just different.
And I don't remember what significance a Stokeworth. I just don't get it. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because this is what the chalice looks like regularly. But it's definitely them.
Yeah, see that's like a sheep holding a cup.
Yeah, that looks different. Similar, but definitely different.
Like you can see how they're connected, but it's a bit strange.
It's not the first time they've changed stuff. Yeah, that's that. Yeah. The hell are we doing here?
Plot hole.
Total plot hole. Should have left the helmet on forever for a good king. Says John Gets Gaming for $2. Thank you.
And then his skull wouldn't have fallen out.
Nope. He could have just wore his helmet the whole time.
Forever, for the rest of his life.
Baelor greatly reminded me of Aragorn, his manner of speaking, personality, etc. He would have made just as good of a king as well. R.I.P. Baelor. Until his useless whelp descendants fucked it up like they always do. Those damn Targaryens. Dunk should have been 3 years old when that battle happened, says Killjoy for $5. Dunk was, they've aged him up.
He is aged up for this.
He is aged up.
If you can't tell, Peter Claffey is not exactly 17 years old.
Well, the aging up in Game of Thrones is crazy when you find out, but then you're also like, maybe that was a good idea. for a lot of them.
When it comes to relationships and marriages and
Yeah.
things like that, you can kind of be like, does it really make sense to age up Eddard Stark? And then it's like, well, his son's this old, and it's like, oh shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I get it. It would be nice if we didn't have to like worry about that shit when represented on screen, but I understand at the same time. Yeah. It's like if you're gonna age up these people enough that, okay, so their children are getting married and their children are doing these things and their children are fucking and having kids, then you need to age this up and age that up. And I understand.
There you go. The race and gender swap made Dunk's kicking Bright Flame's butt more about personal lost love bullshit instead of him just being Penny Tree's honorable.
You thought him fighting him was about her? Like I just didn't pick that up in the scene at all. It was more that she gave a sort of lesson in reverse for Dunk. That's what I took from it. And that Arlan is his like North Star for, the rest of his life. And we saw the beginning of it.
It even says in the name of the mother. The reason this episode was called that was because we did get that line from Sir Arlan. And if you remember the knight's oath when they're making a knight in the name of the
they meant the puppeteer. I thought they were talking about the fucking what's her name, the girl who died, the slit throat thing.
Oh yeah, I thought I didn't even hear the super chat. I just heard your response to it. So
that's why I was getting confused. I was like, I don't think he was thinking about her, but of course, yeah, he would have been thinking about.
He would have been thinking about Rafe when he saw Tanzel getting hurt.
Yeah. So that connection is definitely
that.
there. And yeah, Rafe was a boy in mentioning in Mystery Night.
Well, Rafe is a name, not it's never like Rafe is a boy. Everyone assumes it because Rafe does kind of sound like a boy's name, but I don't think there's ever a. He just says my 3 friends. I think there is some mention of them terrorizing girls in King's Landing. But that Rafe, he was a crazy one. I don't think we ever have that. But what was I saying? I forgot. Somebody in the chat did say that Fuentes is definitely took the black because he hold no lands, take no wife, and he keeps the foreigners out. So
Stellar said, Billy D. Shilliams for $4.99 had Dunk had cut Sir Arlan like that, he'd have lost 8 inches. Oh, like he did. Arian?
Yeah, I mean,
yes,
yes, that would have made it
true.
even more terrifying.
That is true.
But nah.
That is true. Alpha Wolf for $4.99. I enjoyed the episode and the flashback was okay. The fight was great, and though I read the book and knew how it ended, it was hard seeing Baelor's death. It was, for sure. Ryan's right. Like it was way worse knowing.
It was awful.
I mean, it's just great drama though. Like I'm really excited to see the finale and also the rest of the story now. It's like what a great idea for a story, even though it's tragic because he was such a cool guy.
It was the same for the Red Wedding. Like it's coming, and you're just like, oh shit, dude. Chat mentioning Rafe gender swap. Lurzeth. I honestly can't remember, but if he's mentioned as a boy in the book, we'll find out. Because I'm going to reread it soon. It's been a minute since I read it. Thank you, Mark. Varn for €5 says, great episode, bloody with high consequences. The flashback was okay. Maybe a bit too long, but okay. Next week is the last episode. Shame. There was another one. Hang on. In part 2. Gary, will you be focusing on Stargate now? For everyone else, I recommend Freyrin. The season 2 is out now. One season is 28 episodes, 20 minutes in length, roughly.
Oh, wow, that's a long season. But that's
Yeah.
anime, isn't it? So
Yes, it is.
that's a lot.
A lot of people liking it. Hand 8007 probably spelled something. I'm missing it. Remember, for 4 months. If we had more than 6 30-minute episodes, no one would mind. This is people panicking because it's almost done. It is kind of sad that it's almost over. Then you can binge it. I think that'll have a whole new new context. Closed caption said Arlan was speaking Dothraki when drunk. Yep.
He sure was.
He sure was. This show needs to be an hour. Felt like it was just starting by the time Baelor had his wardrobe malfunction.
I feel like we've said it before, but not that this is the only dichotomy that it's either too short or too long, but I'll take too short.
Yeah. If the complaints are, just normal stuff. I wish this was trimmed down a little bit. Wish they would have edited this here. Wish it was longer. I wish we had more complaints like that. I really do. Was Sir Arlan saving Dunk, or was he seeing his nephew while he was drunk? Iceberg for $5. We don't know. We don't know.
To me, that would be one of the implications of why Sir Arlan
was.
I think he likes to hit the booze in general,
a little bit.
But also, his nephew has just died.
Yep.
His nephew, who's also his squire, has just died. That might explain why he's just so fucked up and why he had this urge when he saw a young boy who is getting attacked by somebody when he had just lost his young squire. That could have been one of the reasons that he snapped the way he did and felt the need to jump in and defend him.
Don't necessarily need that answer either. There's plenty with. I'm glad to have seen that as sort of a foundation for Dunk, but I don't. Yeah. We can leave him as something of a man of mystery. We can do that. I think I'd prefer that.
Oh yes, we do not need to answer every question.
Also, I must depart here, but it's been very fun. I very much enjoyed
Thanks,
talking about
Fringy.
the show. And I'm looking forward to the finale next week. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm also sad. But look, all right. Don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened, and all that.
Yeah, that's a good attitude, Fringy. Have a good day, man.
See you later, everybody. Bye.
Watch him on EFAP, everybody. Watch him on. I must confess, for a minute, I thought it was going to be some anime style narrative edging, where we were going to have a flashback episode and the trial on the next one. I have never been so wrong in my life. Love the chaos, the claustrophobia, the stunned, muffled sounds. It will be a long year, says Diego Salazar for 3,000 arses. Hail, brother. I can't wait to go back and watch it again and then break down that fight.
I've heard some people that they really didn't like the fact that you couldn't hear because of Dunk's basically like the ringing in his ears at some point. I really liked it. I liked the choice to have it so Dunk could had a tough time hearing and was so overwhelmed with all the stuff that was going on, especially after getting his bell rung so many times and almost dying and shit. I liked it a lot.
Yeah, and that ringing sound, some of us hear that all the time. It's called tinnitus. Big fan MXTX for $5 says this episode was great. I didn't mind the flashback, but I can only give it an 8 out of 10 because the flashback did last too long for me. It seems to be a common concern. First law of Westeros: if someone can go bad, it will go worse. If something can go bad, it will go worse. How are they gonna stretch another 30 minutes? Says a JC Hero of Canon 5. Good question.
There's a couple of characters you can easily pop in to have conversations with each other and stuff. And maybe a few fake outs as to what will be the consequences of this to then get us to where we're going.
There's a major character they can add stuff to that they just kind of wrap up pretty quick because the story wraps up.
Poor Gwen Ashford, her entire birthday party's ruined.
Yeah.
She's not even going to get to be crowned the Queen of Love and Beauty. She's just a bunch of dead people and dead princes, and there's going to be a funeral and shit. That's not a very happy birthday.
A foul omen.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Ghost of Aces for $5. Baelor giving a compliment to his brother being one of the last things he said kind of hit hard, knowing what was coming. Yeah,
It was. I love the way they played that with him, like, you know, probably from Makar's mace. He's very strong, you know.
Very strong.
It was heartbreaking, man.
Enjoyed this conversation so much, but it indulged in watching the episode a second time while you waded through the comments. It's all good. That's good. Go watch it a second time.
Somebody said I've watched the entire night. I've watched all 5 episodes again while you guys have been streaming.
Well, you could at this point. Varn for €5 for thank you. Also, would you be excited if the showrunner of Night of the Seven Kingdoms ever adapts the Dresden Files? Murphy annoying early on, though first and second book. Is this a multiple one? Hang on, Varn. They don't come in order for me. I don't have my X-ray girl here. I'll just read them out of order. Yes, Ira Parker adapting the Dresden Files, considering if you're considering his respect for the source material here, would be great. Dresden Files is made for a TV show, and it had one, and it only lasted 1 season. Damn, eggs spoiled now. George R. Martin has to rewrite it 15 years. Jasper Lane. I wouldn't be surprised if George got mad at the kid. That wouldn't shock me at all, Ryan. If George is secretly just fucking seething right now. It's like, come on.
They
You told a kid a spoiler.
They asked George about Dexter. He says, my relationship with Dexter is abysmal.
I think the kid's great. Nolan Pierce, 4636 for $19.99. Caption said Arlan was speaking Dothraki when drunk. Yes. How? Like, why would a Westerosi knight be speaking Dothraki?
He had to have spent some time over there.
Yeah.
Got to be an interesting story.
The Sundowners Club for $19.99. Daron doesn't mention a fire in the novellas, only the dragon falling on Dunk. That is true. That is true. Shut up. Dunk's actor. When he's dropping the spoilers. I think that's a great spoiler. Like I said, I didn't see anybody pissed off about it. The lore guys and gals were fucking stoked.
Well, realistically, it's the most you're actually going to get. You're never going to get the answer anyway.
We're going to get to see videos about how Dunk is cold hands and Dunk is actually Walder Frey. And, it's going to be a million things.
Dunk is Lady Stoneheart.
Dunk is Lady Stoneheart.
Dunk is Dario Naharis.
Dunk is Mance Raider.
Thoughts on Henry Cavill possibly as Aegon the First?
So Peter Claffey has come and spoke out about that thing, that interview that resurfaced when Dexter said the Henry Cavill thing. And he said, hey, just to clear things up, Dex wasn't talking about Henry Cavill being in our show or in the Game of Thrones universe. It was about something completely different. Hope you guys enjoy the next episode. It's weird because if he wasn't talking about Henry Cavill being in anything, why would he feel the need to shut him down and shut him up? And if he was just talking about something else, what did Henry Cavill just come on set to watch one day or something? Like, what would I don't know what it would be, what a big deal it would be.
Just feels more reasonable that maybe there are still negotiations for Henry Cavill or something. So they're like, yeah, it's not actually careful,
we don't know specifically who it is, right? It could be.
The first thing that came out, the one that went viral was Damon Blackfire. And I suppose it could be. It seems like a waste of Henry Cavill for him to be Damon Blackfire in a couple of flashback scenes, personally.
For flashback scenes, I think that'd be great. The fan casting of him as Aegon, I don't hate it.
I hate it for the same reason I hate all the castings. He's too old, but we know they age up all the characters anyway.
How old is he now?
40-ish, 43.
Yeah, that's too old.
But they're probably going to do that anyway for Aegon. Aegon should be like in his 20s. But then there are people like, no, he needs to be prime Robert Baratheon. It's like, well, you realize he was like 19 too, right?
He can't. He's too old. De-age him, I guess.
Honestly, he'd be a better who's it in the show? Lionel, in terms of build and everything. But
I was
probably
actually
not
going to say prime
attitude-wise.
Even if you had prime Henry Cavill, I'm not sure he should be prime Robert Baratheon. I picture someone else, or at least something else, energy-wise, in a way.
Throw a fucking wig on him like Witcher, and he can be any Targaryen you want him to.
Yeah.
He'd be a terrible Blood Raven. Blood Raven's albino. I saw the chat say it. Blood Raven's an albino, a skinny little albino. I don't know who would. I'd have to think about that. I'd come up with somebody.
Matt Smith.
Matt Smith would have been a good Blood Raven. He makes a perfect fucking Elric, practically. Stranger Things got bad the moment 11 spoke, says Ghost Aces for $2.
Damn.
Wow.
Oh, Henry Cavill is Maegor the Cruel.
Ooh, that would be good.
Never happened, but that would be cool.
No, that would be good. Oh my god, what's the youngest Scar? The one
Bill?
who plays is it Bill? The one who plays Pennywise?
Yeah, that's Bill.
Yeah, he could probably pull off Blood Raven, but he seems kind of too on the nose. I understand people being wary about the red flags in the flashback gender and race swap, light girl bossing. It is understandable after everything we have gone through. It's sad but true. Imperial Fist stand for $10. You're not wrong. There's been so much shit out there. But that's not what it was. Ultimately, like when the story ended, I was thinking it right up until they fucking opened up her throat. And I'm all, because they wouldn't do that in anything else. That's part of the argument against identity casting, because it makes plots predictable, because they're not going to kill this person. This person's totally safe, which takes away a lot of mystery from your story and makes things very predictable. And that's why it's easy to predict the garbage storytelling that we've gotten. But that's not what they did. And she's been in the trailers for the last week, so we knew she was going to be there. But I get it until they opened up her throat. Got Forrest/Jenny vibes from Dunk Rafe. Now, Jenny. Now, are you saying Jenny deserved to have her throat slit in Forrest Gump?
Are you saying that?
Okay.
Are you saying that Rafe gave Dunk AIDS? Is that what you're saying? I'm not a smart knight, but I know what love is.
William Wallace vibes when she died like his wife. Dunk limped like Forrest in Flashback. Trial was Braveheart battle. Does George R.R. take from other 90/95 movies? He does borrow a lot from stuff, but
You're saying
inspiration,
each different thing reminded you of a completely different story.
I know. But Ivanhoe, that's what was the inspiration for this story, is Ivanhoe. But does George put elements from other things in? Oh yes, Elric, Babylon 5, Dune, like all kinds of stuff. Yes, Teletubbies. That's the worst one of all.
Mm-hmm.
Fargate. I started watching Game of Thrones since this show started. I'm halfway through season 6 and starting to feel the drop. Dreading season 8, 7, and 8, but I've enjoyed the ride so far. Yeah, those early seasons were.
You can definitely detect the rot in the latter half of the show.
We talked about it last week. I really enjoyed having my friends over on Sunday night for Game of Thrones night. We grill some steak, and it was fucking great. Those were good times, man. I wouldn't have found our meetup place if it wasn't for them. They had a Game of Thrones watch party in Vegas. Diddy Man for €5 says, has anyone on the stream seen the Ped Dragon cycle? Would love your thoughts. It's great. Would highly recommend. I have seen the first 2 episodes.
I'm planning on watching it this week and hopefully finishing up by next week. But that is next on my list.
Yeah, I've
heard good things about it.
Yeah, I need to see more. I need to say more. But I will admit that I thought it would be absolutely terrible, and it's not. So
I was shocked when the first trailer came out, and I was like, "This actually looks like legit,
professional." Yeah, like it
looks,
money is behind it, and yeah,
it looks and it felt legit.
Battle of the Bastards, 35,000 soldiers, 50,000 bodies. I know, dude. Ghost Aces. That's like there's great moments in it. You know, I like it when John like pursues Ramsay and all that, but the pile of bodies and
it gets strange.
It gets strange.
Those last couple seasons feel remarkably similar to me to the way like Endgame feels in some ways, where you have these moments and you have these battles and you have that you've been waiting so long to see some of these things and so many characters you care about. You're like, this is fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome. This is fucking awesome. But then when you step back and you think about what it means and what the characters are doing and what it means for them as a whole, and you're like, you know?
Yeah. I think I was talking to Mahler about this recently. So if you go and watch the clips of Endgame, you know, Umbambe, like it's all right. If you watch everything leading up to that, you're like, this makes no sense. None of it.
Nope.
But Watchers on the Wall. You want to see a good battle? That's a good fucking episode, dude.
Oh yeah.
That's good shit. I think this show is like Watchmen. It's an outlier. It's an outlier that will be remembered because it's doing what everyone else is doing. Not doing. So thank you, Mueller. It's not doing what everyone else is doing, said Nathan Cassidy for $4.99. I mean, adapting a story properly and it has a hero in it. Yeah, like
I hope you don't mean the television series Watchmen.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah. I hope you're talking about like Zack Snyder's movie, which is actually great. So the TV series is the worst dog shit I've ever seen in my life. Does the soundtrack give Disney Robin Hood vibes? Huh. You mean like the animated one with the
to me a little bit, yes.
Yeah.
The whistling and everything.
I fucking love that movie. It's the first movie I saw in theaters.
Me.
10 o'clock and all is well.
Roger Miller. Interstellar back in IMAX in theaters. Hail, Mahler. Get your tickets.
I'm all right. I saw it once and never again in the cinema.
Dude, I missed out on the 70 millimeter screening for Project Hail Mary. So pissed about that. Oh, well, I didn't act fast enough. Folks are mad over the race gender swap of character who was mentioned very briefly in a book one time, has no described face or gender. What the fuck is going on? Says default for $5. Yeah, it's I'm surprised we even got one of these characters and they made it impactful. They did. I would say once you go back and rewatch the whole thing, it'll flow really good. Brian Blessed is my fantasy Lionel B. Cassie. Oh, he'd be a great Baratheon. Brian Blessed is the Baratheon.
Well, age him down 30 years, he would have been a great, Robert at his.
Robert? Oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
The flashback had relevance, but the length threw off the pacing. It may have been better split between the last episode and this one. Have a portion inserted in right after the trial is announced in episode 4. It says Forest Beyond the Trees for $10. That will probably be the biggest criticism. Baelor is the best character. I cried. My fave, says Nikki. And he is gone. But I don't want to spoil too much. Well, you guys know a lot. His death was not without like it. It wasn't without meaning.
Yeah,
It
people
seems
like
it
they
was without
ruined
meaning.
Baelor. It's like, bro, what a. It's tragic.
It's really tragic.
It's incredibly tragic, but it's very powerful.
For me, when the book, I was like, there's just an explosion of, as Frank put it, is drama is like the umbrella term, but what obviously we're referring to is like what this means to every character and the world is so much at once, and it's not something you really thought was happening until it's like, oh shit, and then I don't know, I think the show handled it really well, especially with the get up, like from Dark. It's just like I wouldn't change anything in that scene.
And that's why I like the fact that we get the get up from Sir Arlan, that we get the get up from Sir Egg, we get the get up from Dunk at the end talking to Baelor. Yeah, it's good.
So good.
Gary's like, I don't want to spoil too many things, bro. People got really mad in the chat, Gary, earlier that I spoiled like what happens to Arryn 40 years from now.
Oh, yeah, which won't even be in the show.
Which is, there's no books that are written about it. There'll never be a book written about it ever. People got really mad that I spoiled it.
So if you just got to think, everybody knows like Aegon, Egg, his future. You would think. I don't know if I want to come out and say it, but like if you know that, then you know a lot of things have to happen for that to happen.
A lot of people don't, but the thing is, as you know, Fringy hasn't read any of this, but I told him like Summerhall's going to come up, so I may as well tell him. And I did tell him before I told him, I think it kind of benefits you to know this. Like, there's so much to think about in terms of Dunk and Egg's story if you know where it's going to quote unquote end. Because it just makes you think about the whole journey in retrospect. And then of course there's the other meta problem of like you might never actually get to that point anyway. Like ever. You might never see
there's two excellent videos on the tragedy of Summerhall out there. There might be more, Ryan, if you could think of more. But Alt Shift X has a really good one for especially for like beginners. And then David Lightbringer has a good one too. Because
David Lightbringer, so those are such very different recommendations because
very different.
Think about it like this. Alt Shift X is like if Gary made a video about something like that. David Lightbringer's video would be like if Gary was on Forbidden Frontier and they made something talking about that.
Yeah.
Those are
you want to get the
like
conspiracies,
the differences.
Yeah.
And they're both very interesting, but Alt Shift X is great when it comes to that stuff. So
yeah,
100%.
Yeah.
But what he means by beginners, it like will explain everything out in detail.
He's so objective that I remember watching his season 8 videos. Like, come on, dude, just say it. Just say it.
You could hear it in his voice.
Yeah,
You could.
When they weren't really reviews, but they were like a breakdown of things. Yeah.
Just like, details you may have missed and stuff that you didn't even know was important, but it really is.
Bro, Mahler, when you made that video showing what little dialogue there is and was so good. So good to hang after quality entertainment, says Doug Dig for $2. Hail. It is. I love these. Dig Dug's a fun game. I actually played it. I was okay at it. HBO is going full fanfic and do Harry plus Draco. Imperial Fist Stand for $2. I never would have thought that, even though I'm a sweet summer child for the Song of Ice and Fire reference. I never thought they would fuck up Harry Potter, but they're gonna fuck up Harry Potter. The red flags are there, the patterns are there. Ryan just made a video on it. I'm making a video on it. Actually, got to call you about a couple things.
I can't believe my video got so many views. I mean, for me, it was like 120,000 on. Hey, there's going to be a couple extra scenes in this thing. I was like, Jesus.
Well, I think it's a red flag. It's like there's not just going to be a couple extra scenes. There's going to be a lot of extra scenes, and this is a pattern we've seen repeated with many, many, many things. And I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility to just go, yeah, this show might be kind of fucked. I mean, Black Snake pretty much takes care of that, but fucking adding to the story, and it's and then like not having J.K. Rowling involved.
That's
like,
the thing. I'd be down with a couple extra scenes if we knew J.K. was very intimately involved, but
she's not.
We don't know that.
Robert Hayes for $4.99. You guys should go back to the commentate the battle like WWE commentators. That'd be kind of funny.
Fucking RKO out of nowhere.
Yep. Get Steve Inman to do it. That'd be fun. He's great. Follow him on Twitter. Oh boy, how am I supposed to say Pedro Aralemos? We'll just say Pedro. I'll vote for you for $4.99. Not surprised many dislike the flashback part of the episode. Could have been fixed by putting subway surfers on the side of the screen for dopamine fix.
Maybe that's what they needed.
Ryan has never seen an alligator because his forehead scares them. They naturally stay away from things larger than them, says Ghost of Aces. Maybe that's a reason. Dude, when I got to Florida, I was driving, because this is the first time I've been there, like in a car. I think it was the first meetup. And I was looking everywhere. I'm like, I want to see an alligator. I know they just crossed the road here. And it's shit. I was really disappointed. Greetings from Croatia. Epic series. Hail. Thank you for the €5. Hello, Croatia. Hope all is well over there. Came in late. Anyone discuss Makor's status as a Kingslayer? Kinslayer, sorry. A yoke he'd wear for life.
We haven't talked a ton about it, mostly because
it'll come.
We don't want to really spoil too much about what's going to happen in the next episode. I think we'll break a lot of it down after the next episode.
Yeah. And I definitely think they'll expand the conversation about that from the book. Do we think Makor realized who he hit at the moment? I don't think he did. Or
maybe.
I don't think he hit him that hard.
Yeah, I don't think there's any way that Makar was trying to really hurt his brother like that.
No. The metric system is French. The imperial system is British. One is superior to the other, and I don't speak no French, says B Chain for $5.
Yeah, freedom fries.
Freedom fries. They both taste the same. Candace Owens' mispronunciation of some words are crap. Please watch it.
I don't know anybody who hasn't seen those clips at this point.
Yeah.
They're so fucking funny.
I actually mixed it into a freaking Starfleet review. So
I was kind of blown away by Blitzkrieg. I was like, have you never heard someone say that word before?
When Sam the hologram says individuals in Starfleet, I'm like, they should have named her Candace, and I threw in the clips. Individuals. Listen, I shouldn't be calling anybody out for mispronouncing stuff, but I've done a lot of drugs and been kicked out of 3 high schools. What's their excuse? Okay. Narco 42 for $5. Just watch all 5 episodes first time during this stream to get caught up. I thought this was all well done and loved the battle. Thank you, Narco. Boromir would destroy Jaime Lannister. Yes.
Oh, that's an interesting one because they're men, right?
Boromir's badass, though.
There's more of a comparison. I mean, Boromir is fucking awesome. You can, but like is that's more level than Aragorn.
It's more level, yeah. But Boromir has fought orcs. Kind of brutal. Jaime is top 3 or 4 in Westeros until he gets his hand chopped off, and I think with training over time he could get not as good but better than most. It's rough going right now, though.
It's funny because it's like Sir Arthur Dayne is going to be top of the list for anybody, greatest swordsman history of Westeros, in all likelihood. Other than that, it seems like everybody's living still that would be considered there. Or like the greatest warrior of all time. Whether you want to talk about
Dragon Knight.
Dragon, you're right. Yeah. You are right. The Dragon Knight would probably be up there as well.
But Sir Arthur Dayne, were we talking about last week that there might be some propaganda there? I forgot who brought this up. It might have been you.
It sounds like something I would say.
Yeah, there might be some propaganda with him. He might have been like really good, but like what the fuck happened to him at the Tower of Joy? How does he lose? Like Ned Stark is good in a fight, right? He's good in a fight, but he ain't beaten Arthur Dayne as he is reported. And I know Hallan Reed probably helped, and Hallan Reed's, magical toad man. So who knows?
Sir Arthur Dayne is Mance Rayder.
Of course. I love Mance as a character, by the way, in the books.
That would be difficult, though, because Mance Rayder is actually Rhaegar because he plays a harp.
That's right.
When they were sitting there at the Tower of Joy for a while, Rhaegar taught Arthur Dayne how to play the harp, and he does that to honor Rhaegar. So that's why he plays the harp as Mance Rayder.
So, but Eddard Stark kills Arthur Dayne, an honorable man, then goes down to Starfall and like returns the sword.
Mm-hmm. Not the body, though, right?
Just not the body, just the sword. And none of the bodies are returned except for one, and it's his sister. That's the only body that's brought back from the Tower of Joy.
And just think about this. What did the Danes do to, like, after this person killed, like, their family member, the Sword of the Morning? They name a fucking kid after him.
They name a kid after him. Invite him in the house. It's like, what's
going on here?
Something's going on here.
There's something there is obviously something with the Danes.
Yeah, they're turning the freaking frogs gay.
Yes.
Yeah. There's something going on with the Danes that doesn't make any sense.
No, and little Eddard Dayne like talks highly of the Starks, and it's like, how? I don't get it. So,
and he says that doesn't he say that his what do they call it? The women that gives the milk to the fucking babies, wet nurse. Didn't he say he shared a wet nurse with Jon? Did he say that at some point?
Yes, he did. Yes, yes, he did. He did. Yes, he did. That's everything about this is strange. And then Barbara,
I think that there's no one's dead. Ashara Dayne is somewhere out there still alive. Ned's got her in a little fuck tent up in the north somewhere.
They're all at Greywater Watch with Hallan Reed, just chilling in the swamp, fucking killing Iron Men with their poison arrows. I don't know. And then Barbary Dustin fucking hates his guts. It's like, I'm going to feed his bones to my dog. And she's so convinced that, God, why am I blanking on his older brother who got killed by the Mad King? Brandon.
Brandon, yeah.
Yeah, Brandon Stark. He loved me. He told me so. He was just fucking hitting that in the side. He didn't give a shit about her. It's so funny.
He fucked everybody.
Yeah, he did.
He's probably the father of Ashara Dayne's dead baby.
Yes.
Kind of think about like restarting Game of Thrones as a show. It doesn't take like 10 minutes before you start getting blasted with like lore, and you're just like, what the fuck? Who are these people? Why should I care? But if you rewatch it with so much lore, you're like, oh wow, they really got started quick.
And also all this shit they left out.
Oh, it's insane. So much stuff.
It's so complex. That's why it might be tough to finish.
King's Advisors for $5 says 5,029 days since A Dance of Dragons, or 14 years, 7 months, 2 days. George R. R. Martin can talk when he finishes. Yeah, keep J.R.R. Tolkien's name out your fucking mouth. keep all of his lore out your fucking mouth until you finish something. And he tried to justify him not being finished with J.R.R. Tolkien talking about the Silmarillion. Well, he never finished his biggest work. It's like, dude, that was he did that for himself. He wasn't even sure if he was going to publish it, and he didn't during his life. And he would spend, like, towards the end, his son Christopher said, like, he was really stuck on immortality and how that actually would, how a person who was immortality actually, what would they actually be like
As
what
he
would-
was like about to die.
as he's about to die.
It's tough.
Yep.
Too bad George can't find that kind of motivation.
No, he can't.
Somebody in the chat brought up that all Brandons are the same time traveling Brandon. I like that theory.
That's good.
There's also the Omni Walder theory. Have you heard about that one, Gary?
The Omni
Walder.
Walder thing. What?
That everyone named Walder is actually the same time traveling person. So Walder Frey and all of the other like 25 or 35 people that are named Walder
Are just Walder Frey?
in different, he's time traveling, but in different ages. Yeah.
The Omni Walder.
The Omni Walder theory. You heard about that one?
I have not. That would be crazy. So is he a green seer somehow, or he'd
I
have
think
to
it's
be?
a troll theory, but yeah.
Yeah. I like the Roose
I don't think it's
Bolt-
a serious one.
No, Roose Bolton being a vampire. I kind of like that one. I think that one's cool. Not possible, but cool. Yeah, it's been a long time.
So there was Glidus, I think, for April Fools or something years ago. He did a thing where he got together with other Song of Ice and Fire content creators, and they did like a quiz, and it was like a multiple choice thing, and it was based on theories. And it was like, which of these theories that I'm going to list to you are fake or real? Like, meaning that they're actually something that people have suggested.
Yeah.
And the idea of how insane some of them were. It's one of the funniest videos I've ever watched. It's really good.
Is that still around? I'll watch that one.
I'll find it and send it to you.
Alt
It is
shifts-
very funny.
Alt
To
shifts-
hear like the people that we listen to about Game of Thrones and know so much about Game of Thrones be like absolutely bamboozled by the fact that somebody actually came up with this. Or they hear one where they're like, how can any of these be real? I have to pick. There's only one fake one. How is that possible? Yeah.
What Alt Shift X is, this is legendary. His A Song of Ice and Fire iceberg theory stream was fucking great. God, there's a lot of theories. The argument I would listen to is Boromir versus Jaime. Makes a lot. They're evened up. I still think Boromir kicks his ass.
Or the Tyrek Lannister was a horse. That is a theory.
What?
Get into Norse mythology now.
Jesus.
Wait, because what we hear about him is he was last seen a horse.
Okay. Oh God.
Yeah.
Makes Lightbringer sound sane. Like his
Most
theories
of them
are
they're just funny. They're just funny troll
Yeah.
theories, you know.
Lightbringer's theories are really fun to listen to, and none of them are gonna happen, dude. Maybe Knight's King John. Yeah. His best videos, the Euron Greyjoy videos are fucking good. Those are good. What was the house of the with the dead body on the horse? That was Stokeworth.
Yeah, I think that was Stokeworth.
Yeah, which in A Song of Ice and Fire has what's the problem? How Stokeworth has is it is inheritance. They need to dole out some inheritance, and there's some controversy there. And then Bronn basically that's the house Bronn basically takes over.
Stokeworth.
Bless Bronn's heart.
Ned warged into a pigeon right before
Obviously.
he was killed. I like that theory.
I thought he was the dog.
Maybe.
Yeah.
If you've got warg, anything can be true if you're a warg. Like,
Yep.
Dude, the direwolves got so like under served in the fucking show, man.
They're going to play such a huge part. I mean, like, yeah, nobody wanted to see, I remember bitching about this at the time. Nobody wanted to see ice zombies versus direwolves. Like nobody wanted to see that. That would have been stupid, right? Because Dan and Dave are like, that sounds lame. It's like, no, it doesn't. Sounds fucking awesome. You retards.
Remember Watchers on the Wall, the last episode of Game of Thrones, all right? For some people. The moment where everything's going to shit, but John finally gets to Ghost Pen and opens it.
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, because he gets unleashed on the wildlings. It's like, there's so many different ways you could pay off direwolves that the whole audience would go nuts for. It's a big, fierce pet dog that loves you and will kill your enemies.
Nothing not awesome about that.
How do you fuck that up?
They found a way. Gary mentioned before that baby Walder Frey could show up in the future. I keep picturing baby Yoda puppet with old Walder Frey's face scuttling around. They got to find a really ugly kid. The Grand Duchy, but yeah, he's going to be in Mystery Night.
Yeah, bro, the fact that Roose Bolton gets told that like however fat the wife that he marries means he gets more fucking gold for it, and he just marries the fattest Frey he can. It's just, bro, it's incredible. Roose Bolton is so good. Like, what a great character.
Then when he gets there, he's like, she's actually pretty good in bed. She's really enthusiastic.
And they had a really good actor for him as well.
Never had anybody that wanted to fuck her before, She's all for it.
I think the show failed on a lot of fronts, and they had a great actor for him. But the thing about Roose is he's supposed to be like really pale and no emotions. So
they fucked Roose's story. Like, there's a character even he got like squirreled way into nothing and then killed off for the sake of Ramsay. But because I'm with you on, like, they didn't even get the potential properly of their own version of him, let alone like the book version. Because dude, I love the idea of him being a vampire. That'd be so fucking. They don't even answer like more than that. It's just something he can do.
Their house sigil is a flayed man. Like everything.
What if he's a skin changer, but he's just like having children and then taking over their bodies, and that's eventually what he's going to do to Ramsay,
Maybe like when he tells the story of Ramsay killing his trueborn son, and he's just kind of
he's like kind of proud of him almost.
Yeah. And he's all, I'm probably going to have a lot of babies with this, is it Walda Frey?
Walda Frey.
And yeah, Roose, Ramsay's going to kill them all.
Yeah. He's talking to Theon. He's talking to Theon as Theon's like, that's when they're out riding the horse, right? I think. Yeah.
He's all, well, it's in the blood. He's born of rape. I raped his mom. He's telling the story of his birth. And he's all, yes, I saw her. I wanted her.
Took my first rights,
Took my first rights. Yeah. Don't tell Ned. What about Ned Stark or Jon Snow versus Jaime?
They would both get the fucking floor wiped with them.
Yeah,
Jaime might beat them. Jaime might beat them if it was 2-on-1.
Yeah.
Ned's fine, but he is not Ned Stark's not making anybody's top 25, warriors in Westeros. And neither is Jon Snow, for that record.
Ned is like acutely aware of, not how much he's going to be able to defeat a lot of people. You got to be careful. I kind of like that about him, like it's so easy to die in this fucking world sort of point of view, and that's his fate sort of thing still.
Jon Snow in the books is not like Jon in the show, in which he has like a fucking body count of like 350 or whatever. He's killed very few people. He is a well-trained warrior who got to grow up in a castle and get training, but he's got very little experience.
He's still learning. He's not great at the political game. He wants to do the right thing, and he's a good guy, but that's why he gets Caesared. But yeah, he's not like some great warrior.
Still loved his fight with the in Hardhome with the Walker. That shit was awesome.
That was.
I remember seeing that for the first time. The sound design on that whole fight is fantastic as well.
It's so good, and that was a better Night King. It was the guy who played Joe Chill in Batman Begins. It was a better Night King. He was a little more. He's like shot out looking, a little skinny. But he looks way more creepy than the stunt. They just fucking took the Ukrainian or Russian stuntman and made him the Night King, and just it wasn't as good.
It's it was so nicely built as well because he has long claw, right? And then it's like, wait, you can kill them. It's such a moment of in and among what is basically an avalanche of death. It's like this little bit of hope.
Oh, dude, the zombie avalanche,
Yeah,
was fucking awesome. When I saw that, I'm like, what
happens? I was like, Game of Thrones did Walking Dead better than Walking Dead. Have done zombies for ages at that point.
Easy question: can Jamie fight an Urukai? If not, no. No.
This is a weird question because I think his first encounter with an Urukai would throw Jamie off completely. He's like, what the fuck am I dealing with, sort of thing. But I mean, give him time and a few bouts, and he gets to reset. It's like who can say for sure? It's
the reason
because there are men in Middle Earth that can take on Urukai.
There are, but Aragorn took on a shitload, but they're still a little stronger than men.
No, yeah, I mean, and the films make that clear as well.
Yep.
They're overwhelmingly strong. You gotta be careful. Remember that? I think it's in Two Towers where an Urukai punches one of the guys on in Helm's Deep. His fist comes right into the camera.
It's playing right now on my monitor.
Lord of the Rings.
Yes, Helm's Deep. Right now. Who else was intimidated when they saw Sir Arlan's sword?
Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone.
Just be honest.
As they should be.
Buns for $20 says, just finished the episode, catching up on the stream. I love the episode. At first was annoyed when they started doing the flashback because I wanted to see the fight, but it paid off in my opinion. So weird to see many people complaining. I think if they go back and watch it again, they might feel different. I could be wrong though. Would Westeros be different if Baelor had Steely Pate's armor? Dunk took a lot of abuse with his armor. Oh, most likely.
They definitely. I think that's why that's there, right? Steely Pate specifically saying like, I build my armor for the purpose of armor, not to look flashy.
Yep. Steely Pate's like a dwarf of Westeros.
He is blacksmith archetype, that man.
Yeah.
Hey Gary, what's on your shirt? Oh, this shirt? This is my Game of Thrones shirt. It's a Star Wars.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I wear this on pretty much like once every A Song of Ice and Fire stream. It's old. Bonesaw is ready for $5. I just remembered and totally didn't just look at it on Wiki. But Lord Stokeworth was killed in a melee by one Arlan of Pennytree. Huh.
Was he killed, or did he like upend him or defeat him or something? I didn't know he killed Stokeworth in a melee being at a tourney, right?
And was that tourney near King's Landing? That's amazing that you just thought of that and totally didn't look it up on Wiki. I am really impressed. Bonesaw is ready. I gotta look that up. That's a good little detail. Then that would explain it. It's a bear for $5 says part 1, something to clarify the suspect groin shot. I'm surprised Shad didn't catch it. 2609 Dunk takes 3 wild slashes at Arion. All I know is that's the groin shot is the one I went, oh.
Oh, so it carries on.
He carries on.
Part 2, I mean.
You're at 26:13. Duck changes his hands to grab the blade and swings the sword hilt into Arian's legs. It's called a Mordstreck, aka murder stroke. Ooh, it's the cross guard that impales Arian's thigh. Murder stroke.
Interesting. Okay. Because I'm looking at it now.
I know there were some people that were like, he got his dick cut off. I promise you, he didn't get his dick cut off.
No.
I mean, whether or not he did, there seemed to be concern of just anyone would if you get a wound in that area, you're gonna be like,
it's really small.
Also,
he's no Sir Arlan.
Yeah, it depends on where it's like laying too.
That's true. To the left, to the right,
to the left, to the right.
You got important arteries in there as well. You really don't want to get cut.
Yeah, if it gets cut,
Arian has a son called Maegor.
Yes,
he names him Maegor. Like Arian.
Did Arian get his fingers cut off, or is it just a bloody hand?
I think he's just got a bloody hand.
Yeah,
That's to sort of signal that the wound is, significant. But yeah, the sword does get like flipped around, and he hits him with the cross guard. That's interesting. I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I can't wait to watch it again on the big home theater. That'll be fun. Yeah, murder stroke. We've all had a murder stroke. No.
I do that to my dick all the time. It's perfectly fine. Don't worry about it.
Dark Winds was better. The show from George R. R. Martin. Am I thinking of something else? Then this show? I don't know. I had some Dark Winds after some Mexican food. Super Suit for $4.99. Panel. Favorite Targaryen king. Also, Lord of the Rings is back in cinemas in the UK. Go watch it. Went to go see Two Towers. Absolutely amazing.
Favorite Targaryen king. Toss it between Aerys, Aegon the Fourth, and Maegor, probably.
Aerys
the second.
The
Mad King.
Really? That's your favorite?
Toss it between Aerys the second, Aegon the Unworthy, or Maegor the Cruel. How could you not like one of those?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of one. Like, what's a really good one? Like, all the good ones are kind of boring.
Jaehaerys is boring, but I think Jaehaerys made a deal with the Maesters to make himself look good. I think Maegor got
I agree with you
deal.
on that one. Aegon the Conqueror. I'm going to be basic bitch with my answer. Aegon the Fifth. Aegon the Unlikely, because he cut taxes. Okay.
He was a man of the people, damn it.
Man of the people. Anybody who cuts taxes.
Who's the king that Tywin makes up out of nowhere in season 2? Is that season 1?
I think it's season 2.
Baelor, do you remember when Tywin is speaking to Tommen? It's got to be post season. Remember when Tywin is speaking to Tommen and listing off the different kings?
Yeah, because is it Baelor the Blessed is the pious one?
Mm-hmm.
There's there's the pious one that. Fuck, I'm trying to remember because that seems awesome. By the way,
it is, but he says like Bumbleboo or somebody. He makes up a fucking name that does not exist in canon.
I can't remember that.
No,
I'm not going to pick Baelor the Blessed. He was nuts.
I used to remember those scenes really well. It's just it stopped. The passion sort of waned.
Baelor the Blessed locked up his sisters so he wouldn't fuck them.
Yeah, Orys the First, which would imply there was another Orys.
Bloodraven. He's a bastard. He wasn't a king. He was a hand of the king. That's my favorite.
Daemon Blackfire. The one true king.
Oh yeah, because the third one's Robert Baratheon, isn't it? He says because that's strength, but then strength, but you failed to manage the kingdom. Orys was What was his flaw?
He was a just king.
He was a just king.
He was a good popular ruler who was murdered in his sleep by his own brother. But that's a made up story. Tywin's just fucking shitting on this dumb fucking grandson.
I love how he's like, so Joffrey is dead. Anyway, we're moving right along. He so doesn't mind that Joffrey dies.
He's
tell.
Very happy. Well, remember how pissed he was when Ned died? He's like, that was fucking stupid.
Oh, man. What an impression. Because I already like Charles Dance as an actor anyway, but you remember the scene, it starts with him saying, like, they have my son, sort of thing. And then they all, like, squabble for ages about all these different things. He just shouts them down, they have my son.
Leave me.
And it's like the one moment where he seems to value Tyrion to the point where you're like, Tyrion, if you just do the right thing a few times now, you can actually have a really positive relationship, but never mind. Like, it doesn't
immediately goes fucks horse.
Yeah.
But man, I loved what he did as Hand of the King.
No, yeah. Honestly, I didn't super love it at the beginning of season 3 that Tyrion didn't clear with Tywin that, like, what you've been told by Cersei is bullshit, and have someone back him. I know he lost a lot of power because he was deposed as Hand, and then you have all the politics that are usual. And he was vying for control of Castle Rock, which is like, you've not got the position to do that yet. But I would, because man, I love those two together, Tywin and Tyrion, like as minds. It's really good shit. It's one of my favorite scenes when he tells him he nearly killed him. Tywin's sort of breaking a little bit in that scene. What a perfect cast.
Yeah, that was perfect casting. Charles Dance is the man. But you can't spell Targaryen without Gary. Just so you know, Super Suit. No, I have not had sex with my sisters. Was Sir Arlan?
I have.
What?
What?
Nothing. You might have.
Oh, you mean like you never know.
I'm just saying, you might have other blood relatives out there, Gary. You don't know for sure.
I don't. I do not.
That'll get you thinking, huh?
People still said about this stream's never going to end. It's just still
I know. Yeah, my pappy got around afterwards. So yeah, there's a lot of half bros and sisters out there that I do not even know. Was Sir Arlan drinking because he lost his nephew at the Battle of the Red Grass Field? That's what I think. Or was he always drunk? I think he was getting more drunk. That's what I think. Mourning his nephew. Jacob Franks, thank you for the $5. Appreciate it. Rafe should have force healed. Is she stupid? Says JC Hero of Canton.
I guess so.
Oh, and the knife would have had a map to somewhere important.
The knife was actually a map to Sir Arlan.
Morning, gentlemen. Good morning. Natrum for 2 RSDs. Matthew Hammond. Their excuse is that they went to a California high school. I went to one. I went to 3. Jamie's only real fight was against a thief. What, the Smiling Knight?
The show doesn't really show off Jamie's skill. They just talk about it.
Jamie doesn't have a ton of in-feat battles, but he has a lot of competition at tournaments and things like that against other highly skilled knights. Which, I mean, he was knighted really young as well, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Ryan Bailey for $5 says Barbary Dustin makes you really see a different side of Ned, and I love that. Where are the bones, Ned? They're in Greywater Watch. And Barbary Dustin might not be all that she seems.
I think she's part of the Northern Conspiracy.
Oh, 100%.
I think she's got the Starks back.
Yep. Do you think Hollywood will leer from a Knight of the Seven Kingdoms? It's a rhetorical question. Of course they won't. Of course they won't, Natrum. This should be kind of the gold standard of adaptation right now, but nope. Do you like the Dresden series? Love to see it on TV. I'm guessing that's the Dresden. It says Dresden
series.
I don't know what the Dresden is. I don't know, but I know what the Dresden series is. Corey Castle for $10. The flashback should have been in the dungeon starting episode 4. It explains Dunk's rage defending Tanzel. Rage from being impotent to save important. Rage from being important. I said impotent, but it says impotent. To save Rafe.
Rage from being impotent to save Rafe. Like he couldn't do anything in the moment to save her.
Okay, gotcha.
Right? Yeah.
It is poorly placed here so far from its import. Could they have put that in an earlier episode? Maybe. John resurrect looking Targ, son of ice and fire. I think he has white hair when he gets resurrected.
That would be cool.
That would be cool. When Arian took a sword to the groin, why do you think George didn't make him a eunuch? George doesn't like that word.
Google. Not George.
What was that? Google doesn't
Google.
like Google doesn't like that word with AE.
Yeah, they're just saying why didn't it end up what's this gelding is another way to put it.
Gelding,
right?
yes. But George is not afraid to geld people. He does it all the fucking time in his books.
Yep.
Raging Rhino for $7.99. I literally just finished the episode. My heart broke for Dunk at the end, and I even knew it was coming, but another great episode. Hail, Raging Rhino. Hail, brother. Jamie versus Boromir, more even match. It is. Boromir still wins because fucking Tolkien is better. Season 8, episode 3 scarred me for life. How awesome would it have been if Bran was revealed to be the Night King? They set the story up so well for that. He could be heard in the past, warg into people's minds. Remember all the theories before that episode? He was going to warg into dire wolves and do all these crazy things and warg into dragons, and all he did was fucking sit there. And let Theon die.
Would have been fucking cool.
Yep. I love you guys so much, and I love this show so much. Please sleep for the love of God. We will. We will. We're almost there. I gave the guys an out. I'm like, you guys can bail whenever you want.
He told me and Ryan that we were not allowed to leave.
That's actually what I said. What's your favorite Targaryen knight? My favorite Targaryen knight. I like Daemon.
I do like Rhaegar, to be honest with you. I wish we knew so much more about Rhaegar.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have two sides of the story.
He's kind of like me. He's kind of just fucking sad all the time. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I'm angrier than Rhaegar, I think. But he's miserable as well. Got a melancholy spirit to him.
I like Daemon Targaryen.
Daemon's cool.
It's 3 a.m. and I'm still awake. Woohoo! This is Joe Danger for $1.99. It's 2:27 here. We're almost done. What if Torrhen Stark had giants with werewood arrows? That'd be fucking awesome.
What if? Yeah.
What if? The part of Baelor's brain that was caved in was the occipital lobe, which is part of your brain responsible for vision. It explains why his vision had blacked out, thinking he had a visor. And then he blacked out forever. The king who never was. Robert versus Boromir would be a legend battle. It would be great. It would be. And that's the last one, guys. Which you were free to go earlier. It's like the sun is rising where Mahler is, probably, or up.
It's been up. It's 8:30 for him.
Yeah, it's 8:30.
Jesus Christ.
It's 3:30 for me.
Yeah. Well, my nooner's being pushed to the evening. So
I got Geeks and Gamers Daily in the morning.
oh my God. Well, you could talk about a Night of the Seven Kingdoms.
But with
Yeah.
Jay,
With Jay.
You watch his TV, right?
He does.
I think he gave up on watching these because he tried to do House of the Dragon reviews and he couldn't remember anyone's name. So
It happens. I don't blame anybody for, especially with the repeating names, but with a different vowel.
everything starts with an A.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
All right. Mahler, what do you got coming up?
I don't even know. I guess there needs to be probably a better way of saying this, but I think there's not going to be an EFAB on this coming Sunday. We'll put out a supercut instead because there's just a couple of things we've all got to get sorted, so it kind of worked out that way. But yeah, so my announcement is there's nothing to announce.
There you go, Ryan.
I'm streaming on Geeks and Gamers Daily tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. And yeah, Fuck My Life with Vera Dark on her channel at 9 p.m. Other than that, I don't know. I'm gonna sleep.
I'm gonna sleep too. Just released a Star Trek video yesterday now, and gonna work on a Harry Potter video tomorrow when I wake up at noon. Fucking YouTuber hours. Hey, thanks to the Moderatics. Thanks to everyone who left a super chat and donation. Thanks to everyone who participated in the chat. We appreciate you guys. We love doing this stuff. We got one more to go next week for the final episode of A Night of Seven Kingdoms. Thank you, everyone, and good night.
Good night.